nipa da sani a won ma nwem wo wi ase ha asam to nyonko na to be bia nkemfa ho me nso me tene be bia nka me pema ye den
biom ezu if he say sa bottle size 5 no omo di sisi ekuafo no enti Jesus size 4 ena ye be yusu se na be ya esisi a yesisi ekuafo no eto betwa ezu enti NDC ba wa ye be hu se truck size 5 bottle ebro ana bibi wo mu no ye be sisi sa ebro no abra me ye president obie nim yokofa eda minute pahene entem enti oba me ho se yembie University of Science and Technology omonkra bata ba ko ha e wotepa na sa campus na ka ibebie no e be kire omo ye jewelry omo di sika kokko eye akomade ne sa neoma no na efri se efri abai mu MC sa jumedie no aka na me hyemobo se nyame adom ne eba sa University of Science and Technology campus omode kire se ne ye jewelry ye de beba tepa ha se ne be ya ye nkoda to be sue bi ebe ye ne started to so factory ye de new bauxite no e de ye alumina e de covalco and also nyame adoma gas na Professor Mills time is ye 2 year I de ba prestia afia bedru kumase ye ya nti o se ye twen e ba nyina hi ha se ne be ya sa factory na ye de bauxite no ye alumina no so ye be ba be si wo ha se ne be ya ye mabuno e benya edwuma ni bia ye MPP for your madre say Asante mai omo yo omo anyo ombeto ama omo na metimi hu se afa nipa ni abie ebi se abato wo hoi ye to se ne ye benya asetena pa abato wo hoi ye to se benya adwuma ye abato wo hoi ye to se ye benya empuntuo ewo ye nkuro enti ne science MPP omo ba omo nyehwe na to de bi omo ka se o Asante mai mu de ye de odwan begina sebe ye beto ama odwan no samre no atwam emre aye se media ye wo meto sa amanyoko mu samre no atwam ya ene eti ase ye nananu mo eti sa amanyoko no omo ewuko ekom na edeye no ye ne eti enye ye nananum enti obia hwe na setna no to abapa minim se hwe wotwe nipa kakra ayeye omonye sika eso nipa dodo na asetna no nkoyie enti na bebi a mekobia mebusa sa asetna no nkoyie na nkoyie ezu enti ahafo no south east boy ehwe wotwe a MPP abamba eno masetna na etisen ekoyie na ekoyie ne wo hone se yesika sema sen ewo ya bako se mu yenhu we bida se ne yesika sema sen nia eben ho kakra ene be 1983 ho ya yenyin a yehu samre no ye kan ne siye ekombia baye ahochira echechere Ghana ebi se na soldier for abetu liman aban civilian government ena Nigeria franc wo omode maye no omutwa so se aden ena yetu liman na aban enti na petrol ni ho enyoma bebre esiye ahochire ebaye eno eyebe enfie mienu bi but eye drew 1984 1985 na enyoma apenya biom na em se eno ene bebe ne AC ene and then so there a nyoma mienu and esi baako yesika sema se economy no conform na ne etoso mienu ene se ye de car yentimi ntua enti ye twa ye free bosuabom enti mene o ka se nne Ghana yentimi nko amano ne enko ka se ye kobo bosia enti enyoma ye bobosia ede ye akwan school adan ene sa enyoma no eche se ye kwa obi amaye because o de kana osi ntimi ntua hwan na be bobosia biom enti ade a was yenya ye nipa ye wo ehunimdie se ne be ya ye be ntem na ya ye nhihye papa na yesiesie ye man esikasem no se ne be ya ye man no be ye betimi apagya egina ho biom afen so bank ejuma ye wo near friend no Islamic banking oko Saudi Arabia ne UAE omo banks ye Islamic bank omo wo emra ye de ye sa banking no enti yesi ye ba ye be sesa banking emra no se ne be ya Islamic banking no so e be ba be come ye banking no Al Farouk Training College of Education Yajit to Abai Eje eto na kukum na a private Islamic College of Education. MES statistics adan be ya wotwe e wo mo campus or se na be ya be peja school no. Ye free abai mu e na aka bebia ye siko duru ye sa 8 projects no na se mi ko ho bebia ye siko duru ye no e ho na aka. Enti ye ka chief imam se e ba ye be som biom ni ewie ni nyina se ne be ya ye betumi aye afeso Hajj village no ye the tent and aye na ye free baby na ewo ye the aba airport ho baby na ohwe ye 2020 manifesto mu ye tro say ye ba ye be see the permanent enye tent biom e be ya de a esi ho a ye dan enso nansi amete ye baby a Hajj village no one ne MPP aban aton asase no
Kessben.
This is 92.9. 92.9 This is 92.9 the more variety.
Perfect.
92.9. 92.9 the radio station that other radio stations listen to.
Coffee, Maakye.
Yeah,
You fine.
Mr. Speaker, I don't. Na me bo abaso so say baby apagya wa bi dia wo kwa na de maka ho
Me da say
because they say waji baby
me da say
na wa pagya airways no so ma airways no akona ni
the new standard is that ultimate na radio so na won twatro
me sorry no way me radio free hon mu me no benya ntakwa wo fie
I say endantia
me hu edra bi aya me no mane ntimani so na say man ti ono pa bia na me ya yare
I say
wo bo ho modin.
We are from Port Canopy. Good morning,
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. The only speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Alright, for watching Anopay.
Mr. Speaker.
Alright, for
Begin super.
Anopay, you've cut the eye of the speaker.
It was it. But the Mukana of BSU. Then I'm what you had.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Eba netieno ubeinshira yamishira.
We are from Port Canopy. Good morning,
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. The only speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Alright, for watching Anopay.
Mr. Speaker.
Alright, for
Begin super.
Anopay, you've cut the eye of the speaker.
It was it. But the Mukana of BSU. Then I'm what you had.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Eba neti.
In a snapshot, your member board winning in our show at the amount. Now, I feel you shed the bon cratcher, no, I hold winning in our at the aba Anopay. Now, set ye can say, Mammy, I will know a year. the National Returning Officer for the Electoral Commission, and then for presidential related activities. Ningina no Besia no pay a kase no Electoral Commission and the National Returning Officer and for results no Emma yet. But we'll be going over to the headquarters of the Electoral Commission na yetimi akwakoye juma ewo ho. Afei observer missions ahodo pii na no ana ewo omai Ghana mu a womo ababe observe aba yetimi ato from enano memenida eba besi ene ejuada anopei. One of such institutions no kodeo collection of domestic election observers. One more one more preliminary statement, any observation. The one more who so far one more dini na no aba enchi anopei. Yabeshe na yakin kind in be at the amount na afi watching ehu de so we'll be showing you shortly the Ghana map na afi watching ehu by all the 16 regions across the country. No dear NPP etimi winning so far, and then the NDC so etimi winning so far. So the question will be, sir, which regions in Ghana ana ye kasei ye green, and then which regions in Ghana ana ye din komano pay no it has turned to blue na afi yetimi ene wo edi en komono. Then you are able to understand, sir. Afia batu no ene esunsunsanso a abani nyina no regions ben under the New Patriotic Party etimi eweni. Obviously you know, sir, Asante region there, that's a boy. One more winning baby akrada, one more ebetimi winning that particular region. When him say a Bono Eastern region, a Puyeman Temua, without anything becoming a block and I stampede no on their way no there Eastern region, the New Patriotic Party will handle that region comfortably. But which other regions ana eneya ye kaseno the New Patriotic Party etimi winning. Stay with us. Na yenu bedisa en komono ejina na fi watchimi ehu baby and komobono ni nyina no akwakokusi yebetire obiem. So far so good. Constituencies ni bebre na no aba from the coalition centers at the constituency levels, and clearly we can say by provisional results the National Democratic Congress free and dra Ebani Ginano has won massively a lot of parliamentary seats across all the regions. And you decide details no nyinano at the bebro surely from Endra ebesi anope ya kase bibi asesa na bibia enshare da ensisa okọ the western regional seat yet bo amane se NDC ateki aflippy most from the New Patriotic Party no it's 7:15 sa na situation no esi etie bibia ne ho a etimi asesa. Now there were a little bit of misunderstanding the most populated constituency in our republic as far as election 2024 concerned. Na mekanisa na I'm making references to the Dome Kwabenya constituency in the Greater Accra region. Sir, Kasano pay as we speak. The NDC has been able to flip the Dome Kwabenya constituency, and then the certified results are finally in. And Maakye Jr., former Ghana's ambassador to India, His Excellency, now currently the Director General, or preferably Obeka said the Chief Executive at the Ghana Free Zones Authority, said Kaseno when to me and retain seat no and farmer the New Patriotic Party. And the earlier indication said Maakye etimi a stage a comeback ababe winning Dome Kwabenya seat no with some 33 vote difference no and now margin no enye no correct. As we speak this morning, we can confirm for you on Election Avenue say as we speak constituency nipa dodo na ewoma womo to aba. In fact e hoda meme to maba it is now green for the National Democratic Congress. Enti say kaseno the NDC has won Dome Kwabenya, and that is the latest we have for you. Ayawaso West Wagon, undoubtedly John Dumelo, the actor, and then the twice parliamentary candidate for the NDC, Aflepe Ayawaso West Wagon seat, and no controversy biano any homa Lydia Sarah Malhassan Ajini no Edia. I mean, calm and peace is restored to a year Ayawaso West Wagon. And we'll look at that, but we'll turn attentions to a year Damongo na afe yetimi akwakoshe. The misunderstanding na a war between a year Jinapo, the sitting member of parliament, and as well the former member of parliament, Ura Adams Muta Wakilu. I mean, a lot of misunderstanding. You bet you see yen tiasi me winnie me na me winnie. You calling for recount. You calling you we say recount. You know, a buy. You know, me na ma take lead into me na me winnie. And then it has led to the death of one person. And what Damongo enti anope. We'll speak to that. Na afe yetimi afe se bibiano ebetimi atuto ye. Stay with us. Na the details ni bebre na no ede bro. We still await the Electoral Commission sir. Officially, and I per the law requires of them, no, one more ebetimi at the final results of the 2024 general elections, you know, one more betimi edini no at the aba betuda na afe yetimi ehu the institution no ekoye. But I believe, say by now, 18 minutes after 7, yeah, no pay yedo edim koboy definitely. We are Ghana near Winim dear echo, now Winim the abatu no as soon as no aqua only said Emra Quainsono as I said Electoral Commission no eye dio sese oye na afe echimi ebua said beya after the declarations no obia emfa commission no emfa konkojina court and it is part of the reason why Edra Jane Mensah the chairperson for the Electoral Commission MITS they are keenly taking their time to ensure say wobubetimi quality na wamo follow the CI 127 wamo ediko abatuo wemo na afe lapses biano entimi ama be PMO enti stay with us, join us live on Facebook and Kessben TV so na afe yene o eni enkomo ode wadwenche ni nyina no eba yabeje na yakenkan ni nyina no echeme ede amount anope yabeko no cool say ya because a brand new from Friday night up until now, I mean consistently we've been on and then we've walked through the journey with you enti just pardon with us na afe yentime ento aso na yene wo enye ejuma pacho bra Facebook live no eso na fa o messages ni nyina no efa ho bra. But the question is that what has happened to the New Patriotic Party with a lot of the seats are not ekra womo etimi elusu ninyina mamenko mensa agrampa ho na meneno eni enkomo na yimbisa se kodeo so far womo juma womo ye as election observers no over 4,000 observers and womo eto egomo across all the constituencies and then the regions womo sanso eputi up a collation center ewo the Kofi Annan peacekeeping training school and a center say ye kasei per figures womo ehu ene de womo anya no say na enema etie wono in charge of governance and security at the ma kodeo so Abraham party we come match dem pom to saying
Eho ye me na so
Erade adom yenso ye ho ye pa ye di nkobo ansa na ye started the entire processes of voting and opaya ye kasei barely 48 hours after close of polls saying ana monitoring no ese akọ
we never just in fact when you check for mutie na so enra ye the standard ye the statement miensa na babon saying
okay
the kind of Saturday global clock the for the midday situational report I know you the babon saying now the also you know ye close of polls and also babon saying and then you did a friend who said preliminary statements and so about one thing. Then if you not more a boat and a can seminal a night, you kind of about for no, yet for you know, very security here.
Yeah.
Yet also you know, assume you want them. Yet also me and start about for no. Ejumekuno aho kana se de about ono course na de eto so na ne efutu the offer the kind of security no the kind say generally if we an autonomy day Ebeka close of post no more than security environment no papa kakra compared to 2016. And see you don't share your final statement. No, however, you notify public and say near Maakye no be koswa enya kanka. It's a Toulon Constituency or Jamfala campus. Nipa baako hwe ne nkwa baako so seriously mad honka police so if we kakra kaswa 2 incidents baako ye etua to awia ma ne ka obi nan na ahomache no so baako so etiu kata no ma ne yiye was the same constituency polling station area na 2020 registration your witnesses are gunshot ni bia no na oba baby to say Ayawaso West Wegon, Ayawaso Central, HETC polling station. Like my about 4 years ago to go ye. Ogun se papers, I to a baby, and then moving. No, the same thing. Also, say it's the Oba Domikwabenya constituency. In fact, police station or Domikwabenya atomic junction on the day. Yes. And then I hope for be break come home, Miami be brave. Yeah, because Daniel man of Inchai. Indeed, as stakeholders, he who said they be a bit in fact, before then, on I kind about security name, Ubia Basso said 2020 excluding Nipa we, but 2024 Nipa Bia one can Nipa and prepare and shaka. Okay. And he expressed and Cabes half of my yesterday be a they see what a chiman. Operation do no ebi see then so agye ensem kakra enti eno ne niam kakra e tuja na ye ba e friend saying about so no issue ya kasemu ye ka say o mo generally say they ya na e body rule no time be ni bi polling stations no time be ni pa nya fan eto aba about so no nkoka ho no wo mo expect say be bo mu no say na bo no ko e say Emrewa in Pokra and Yema more failfra abandoning kakra persons with disabilities, Sanko Fono, and Waben Umo, and I about from woman and Yemani in a canyon in a security war. Now, if you need as a sort of and you who found say generally, not a wow home, generally about one 8 but baby worker a catchy. Okay. Actually, my percentages in the Braba, and I had baby when me if we up 9 o'clock and over. And you say I had if you say if I change 2 more hours. It's say abnormal, and only in a crack. Now, young observers, the only buy and say, be on more. Baby crowd, a Bono Crown, son, presiding officer, Nagaseba. Baby on so. Na presiding presiding officer in the microphone in our home. Then so about for near man at the Swabano Ebimaye. For example, Oko Domikwabenya constituency, unfortunately, Miami polling station number 12, Green Hill GHS. You could know how Bono, what any fan my let me see how back a strong room. Start no baby green. The United States had baby also in number. Then so biometric verification devices no be over na apocho kakra. Then so you can say in actually no Electoral Commission either they replace it or were able to bring battery backups into a year juma. It's a man kakra na catchy. Adi ayewu a hard journey kakra e say ni ye. Yen nipa no here assistance to vote. Me say education in kwetri. Okay. What a baby more than 30 polling centers, and I observed the report bringing. When you said the clauses say to be here assistance to vote, that is only a crazy and don't say what I ran over. It is a one thing or two could be Amanipa Miruna say. Obi or more or your person with disability, naming yet, but ultimately you should tax a ballot paper. No, and near my peer was making us say Obi or genuinely. We are supposed to be able to cast and vote correctly. Plus, they say, "Only a corner bet me de, Obi or Tini de, Abba, Buana Manato." And not only a corner bet me appointee Obi or polling station, well, I'm only a crowd Buano Amanato. The question is who the person trusts Said a pro voting na
exactly.
Said I mean a wood to coin. Ebi about to know ni ha. Now Electoral Commission wa ko pro the amount wife. Obi o ha na wife fra o so the man ni work party say the wife no or any go ni so no party back. Into the closet who the person trapped. The inipa no wo gidie wo no say obeye the opama no. Ono na yeso oto. But in PNP the report here and say inipa na de ne nana ne ba ana ne offer to be free efiaba no. Polling station for the woman.
Ma woni ne nkobo boot ni.
Only akon access no nti presiding officer no ana police ni no emum ne nkobo ano. Ebi also only akon ba o seminana me ntapopo me pese police ni mu am party agents ni see yempene. Nti enya stand stem no bebre nti wo hwa ye final preliminary report the shame ya so dia National Commission for Civic Education any young media any civil society organization na say be fast start cross no nya church mu ye say be ya da chia bato no sa wantwi ni mane deprive you be of his or her choice of vote.
Okay.
We say kase me na abrampa me nkotoma wo nuakro no na onuakro no nyigidie obi mu a even though e dia maye de ofe bana koma mu nto no say be ya constitution say obia wo preference to choose whoever he wants no. There's fact on your current mean fan incentive so no and no man ain't deprived on the choice. The same your current you obi or trust on say wait the minute no party back me no junior again back me di into my menti party agent no your church mu yi no mu ti ase em senti ase da ka chi kakra and also by
yes but throughout that process you know and the confusion be by any of the polling stations are now okay.
So baby here a crabbing can talk between the two party leading party NPP and DC. And a baby class the Yamen Kwankumu attack a presiding officer no why the presiding officer should choose somebody to vote. Meanwhile that was the choice of the voter. In fact, the voter can even choose somebody in the queue.
In the queue, would this one no? Okay.
So on one of what trusting now. The key word here is who the voter trusts. That's the key word. Meaning, you're waiting for radio stations. Maybe who here you man pay. The only maybe I pay. I'm strong. Bra, Beshia me war. Me book me hand to some and I'm in good in the Zapopo. The old woman me own and now I doubt you cram me. Over to me, I call quite old what preside officer and say, Mimi, I'm a way, I'm a hope ponti. There be a meeting and I'm a pen and why I'm a pen. Now me bow with a machinity into Mr. Manenko Summons and Omwame. It's allowed by the clause. And so, maybe the Kakakabin Komobo presiding officer at Dainty or Kobo Yamana to Abana or Yamama party back. And see a church to Muyanko 40 years and not going forward. No, Yamina, Sadio Yantias, a Yambra, Nancy Yantias, you know, Yampan could say would be Abaso. Yes, talking to you, a friend is saying, you know, Makatmi and saying, no, Electoral Commission home Ketano, so Makani in a check a crowd Mune, say in 2020, the Electoral Commission, my periodic update. A woman, but so far, we are in Saka from German North, in Saka from her certified results no ASA.
Yes, but and also Nakame Basis here, no, the level of delays Abba so far. I mean, many. I won't
say delay from the Electoral Commission.
Yes, but many arguments, you know, yes, Yatuaba, we are barely into the 48-hour a year period. Now, political parties in the crown under 24 hours. It's me accolade one more result we. Amade obejia tumu say I mean wedi nkuko na jia tumu a conceded defeat afreni nua aboni nua abaso amani tinkwa. Now Electoral Commission now we know what the robust system wotimi edit transmit all this result because one police station and nyina efriba sheet ye wie ya kan ya fele ya sensan ye the party ni bia de ayeden e de man. So I mean the effectiveness of the processes and the system ECA use, you know, people feel say parties nuclear can collate in less than 24 hours. How much more the Electoral Commission?
I don't think I may be. what Ghana elections, you declare polling station results for polling station.
Exactly.
In the political parties, coalition, they get the straight figures from the polling station. Electoral Commission does not take its figures from polling station. Electoral Commission has double collation centers before it gets to the head office. In the Wasa, you can Anglican primary school, Midimikrum carry example, another palace polling station where baby affairs and I'm a two about on career, I'm a two about. Not party enough a figure, not send them on head office straight, Electoral Commission, the chain, and must start all the polling stations that are at Chimanwa Bieja Akko Constituency Collation Center. Now you're collating in a certified. I'm a party reps now on iron also. If you are a regional office, you are really in a about Electoral Commission head office. So the processes. So when we are not at cordial meeting, Dr. Asante, any my colleague Rhoda Afo, any say, is there the need for these structures of collations before?
I know you're the next question and Kwame baby shout because and discussions me panel no have the suggestions were that say collation center no ebe cause some level of delays. Now akoba ne say collation center no ya kan ballot ni we are only coming there with the pink sheet from the polling station. Now afi ya the tallying. Now ya said the ba no ya cross check say no then we can entirely declare for that particular constituency. Now people are saying say why do we have to allow the presidential elections result to go through that process? Because at the end of it all, a gentleman and a one national level, one only a national returning officer for the presidential election. And for the parliamentary, they can go through those processes. But at least for presidential, the result must be transmitted directly from the polling station. Now, emuama sa tension we the weight I mean, you bet me a year for just to put some fast trackness and done on the system to ensure you that effectiveness.
Yeah. So, after electing as one of the major pillars of democracy. And na thinking nipa na ewe because a post mortem. Itia na mama na ya electoral post mortem. Na ya fe adamona ya tuni nyina de hin na esi ehemu kina na di adwuma de hin na esi twemo be yi. So I am part of our electoral process over the years and until I had moved from opaque ballot boxes, wooden ballot boxes to transparent to biometric near the adeno. Yeah, I think that it's one of the discussions I said. In fact, a time more important because most of the kiosks now in so a collation center. So
exactly the point.
So is there the need craft a bigger collation center? No. Senior collation center now is there the need to add the presidential ballots to it? Discussions are but the beauty of the whole thing is that don't forget the Electoral Commission war reforms committee. Civil society, me colleague Dr. Asante eka home, Dr. Akwiti eka home, Kofu Ebere eka home. And so far, the Electoral Commission are open as the piano omuni nipa boom. So I think that's all the concern we have. Make us the NRA Kodeo board sector no crowd. We discuss it. So why do we keep a system that always creates death? Why do we keep a system that always delays the coalition? In terms of a topical issue as a world reform agenda, and so in post-election review na the appropriate shaping recommendations. Why be now there be any recommendation to the Electoral Commission? About almost share the two commissioners there's a kind reform agenda no one omo de beka ho unu say this year na ka pese ye to aba no 3 p.m. exactly ya ba no so ba November ni nyina ye part of this suggestion bi ti temo say mudi bay any ni nyina egu krata so come Electoral Commission auditing but unfortunately the CI could not pass. Probably it was a blessing because then between my the briaka ho say they abay na Electoral Commission push me say is there even the need say you build the structures of coalition that delays the process and also cause chaos and deaths. It's a good suggestion going for a bit message, but to me, 2020 and 2024, actually, the collation center has a problem. What the problem is and how it should be solved should be a national debate.
Very well. And all said and done, no. I mean, but most of be, I think, okay. Money Mukolisha Aka, a lot of civil society organizations. I mean, there was a collation center near Kofi Annan. Muye mu monitoring mu collation. I mean, how are the figures looking like?
When you say yeah, just collation, yeah, PVT.
Kessben.
PVT is a parallel tabulation.
Okay.
I know a scientific method that over since he started for about 4 elections now, no, they authenticated the actual figures. Electoral Commission ever released it.
Okay.
And right prelim statement, the Kofi Annan Center, and by one set up a collation center, not because for security reasons. Including the foreign observers, besides yes, say Dr. Baumia Adjatum. My commending the Kakra for why he needs to be commended together with Conria of Liberia because he set pace in Africa. But I catch you when you say your protocol will be a PVTBR with the elections management body. The protocol is say what change elections management body no at the results ever to ja. The one farmer after the required period, so they're gonna have even though any law, but through conventions and practice, 72 hours have been set as a limit of announcing the results. One farmer, not if there's the major setback in their own farmer, then we are forced to release it. Now, another example, there was an election now one constituency, a very 10 constituency.
Exactly.
And no, Nana yet decide our Ghana. In that situation, won't mean for PVT because it's not the fault of the Electoral Commission that has delayed the announcement of the results. Okay. But you can rather help the Electoral Commission with your PVT results to take a decision. In that situation, Professor Greenstreet and Professor Justice Crabbe, may his soul rest in peace. The PVT results no called Dr. Farijan ho. And one catch and say, based on our PVT, no, say you got time, you want you be.
Okay.
The very difference who the constituency winner will be. But based on the results, parliamentary results, we hear just +1. Parliamentary candidates also winning. And see, say, and yeah, they had just a big here, South and the ABBDR. And then said the bear to Kwankosi because the way the parties were amassing there was dangerous. To the sense that a day before, no, ya pipe police in it. And to avoid that thing, no, na yanko kumfunko shemo janguno. Yem PVT results, ne say yako yanko. If a party manufacturer, we are able to project it to show them. No mean that you see, I won't say I got time view. Now media for no clear be the kind of time constituency. Yeah. Me not be nam kwemu kwa make kusunya na frame. The party no adjatun based on the P. So the PVT is there to support the elections management body. Sometimes about when you need Electoral Commission be bold announce the one yet send the results no command. But the competitor and party on one issue, obey a board no announce because he has the PVT results to authenticate the results. And you be taking lead in announcing results because that is not the mandate of anybody in the country.
Okay.
But we use it to help the elections management body to be sure of the results it has collated. But you said, even though the elections management body is sure, but because of one or two things, say and say manipulation or say I'm past idea, Ghana, and based on this protocol, no, the 72 hours has not passed. You say a critical incident be a banty baby or yentiminye. The baby or yentiminye never affect the results now. You need Electoral Commission, but not the board members, no say you co-chairs Mrs. George Villa and Reverend Fred Digby. Umbefa results near technicians na ako opin apojetiama Jane and who said it here now all their support. So yan chain in Ochina 72 hours. Now said the BNY Electoral Commission EDCA Obernaso results, then we can also come to authenticate.
Very well. I mean, you've done a yeoman's job, Kodeo, and the other civil society organization. I know, sir, the Ghana Medical Association and TUC, Womunina Kahona Mutimi, yes, right?
But also,
yes, let me be say you had other sister. CSO sa womo boa ya no womo nso support society ma we.
Oh yes.
System. Okay.
Yeah, Kodeo, Muka Kodeo, but Krofo be new because GJ the president and chairman.
President, national president.
Yeah. National president is a member of Kodeo. DJ is a member of Kodeo. George Sapon NMC or Tikodeyo, so president of Tikodeyo, so midwives, necessary midwives association, Tikodeyo, so engineers association, bar association, NAGRA, Muslims, Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission, Christian Council of Ghana, Christian Charismatic Association of Ghana, Chief Imam's Office is presented. Into a 42. The only difference is a government institution behind Kahon, but your government association to say NAGRAS and CROSAC, local civil servant association, most of the city. And that's Kodeo. The CDD Ghana, yes, secretariat for the coalition.
I see.
Yeah, a Muma, a few way, a Juma Winnie video election, because even off elections, no, you have to be a friend of political environment analysis and assessment. Every 6 months, after elections, the Free Audio Board, but not say this political environment, on economic fronts, these are the challenges. On employment front, these are the challenges. On security front, these are the challenges. About when we not come near the after another 1 year, if you come the next election year, based on that, my advice is based on this political environment. And I think about to this year. Yen targeted these areas to support the elections management body. So that's what we do at CDD Ghana, but Kodeo is not for CDD Ghana.
Very well. I'm grateful for your time. I'm grateful.
Okay,
Medase. And that is a year. Mr. Mensa Abrampa, one and a year in charge of security sector and governance at the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, Kodeo, speaking to us. Over 4,000, observers and deploy across the constituencies, 276, and then over 40,000 polling stations yet to about a woman. As we speak, woman so a year woman coalition there, but just as he has explained, no. And their intention is not to say one more air pentem and figures about bonte. Electoral Commission no ana emra emma womu ho kwan say womu betimi ayen hyehyɛ no said etie. And we await the final declaration by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, who doubles as the national returning officer for presidential elections in Ghana. 46 minutes after 7, ubetimi adjoine yen live feed no on Facebook na wo de wadwen training na no e de aba na ene obi akwafu boys ne beso mo kyerɛ wo mo aye election wo mo abre enti obi ama ye nyina so ne etena mu we na sisi sa na ye daily guide bi aba na daily guide ba ye no anope banner headline we will come back stronger. Dr. Bawumia it's on the front page of Daily Guide, the Obokrachano Anope, and then on the right-hand side corner, NDC sweeps majority seat in Parliament with a photograph of former President John Dramani Mahama. On the left corner side, we have Kumasi goes dead, and they say, Kase, Kumasi Ayedin. But Mamin Kwahumani should be Emra, not many Samuel Obey in the executive secretary. At the the Parliamentary Network Africa. Na wamo na civil society kuwa womo ehwese parliament and amrashe bedwane dwumadi a womo edi ni nyina no said yesi ko ni nyina na womo monitor na womo echeche na afei etimi aboa temamufo nso same Maakye ejesai
Major Zomini, Mr. Speaker.
Wabre ye nyina ya bre but service to God and country nti yento aso why Kwame Nkrumah mo kra ye ne say ya na before ye kwa battle we mo many would nkomo especially when na majority no on the NPP side I recall say Speaker Bagbin ebetimi I recall back the members few days it was just about 4 to 5 days to election and I woke up me say enye possible say ebeye possible kra no it will be after say Yatu Abanawi. Indeed, there was a statement to that effect. Yes, but say on the 16th of December. I mean, members, Ebesamba back. But Yahoo, maybe 2024 elections, especially the parliamentary one, echo an absolute majority for the National Democratic Congress. The my observing so far now, I feel yemra the details of it.
It's looking like the parliamentary balance in Rebecca the absolute majority on there was simple majority and then unyabano just a little over 50% usually and only yenya your absolute majority I no amaya hodwo emuno the standards change there were be a omodia no you need 3/4 for absolute majority e binimo how need 2/3 Ghana the 2/3 say ya chemu miensa no so ultimately famu mienu they are over the friend absolute majority because Yamamra constitution no many of the things are and only a high standard you vote on a normal a required 2/3 and your normal absolute and your normal majority simple majority sir from the it's appearing there and sure now for the very first time in the history of the Fourth Republic 1992 free move in competitive parliamentary elections MPP women parliaments are producing in absolute majority just like 8 parliaments here ang parliament that different angle or my hang parliament and the or my absolute so that's what it's looking like and we are still monitoring of course official results for us to say for a fact it's a standard here another angle and so dekaka and it's independent MPs so babedoso at least more than the one in this 8th parliament what is unfortunate and the parties are seem not to be doing anything to Ghana seats. Other smaller parties, so far, Enya BB cry from the constituencies.
One more grand, one more nimble campaign, one more we can say that about them, and we'll make sure so going into next 4 years, and our parties here, one more political preneurs, you be good. I mean, they waste our time. Was said that Boapa did the Dimba ballot, so no acquaint people who are Jiska Kakra, no acquaint this who are Kakra, was you me a flag bearer, Bidiaba, Entino, or Jessica, we are not in them now would instead of so Bequacoya Jumani and your third force, woman year Jumao. When you're 1% be our battle, party as I see a guno, when you're serious. But me what post to so Sammy, may pray to us more. Super majority in Ghana's 9th parliament with a possibility of an independent caucus. Or say it's going to be very different in the 9th parliament and a comfortable majority for the NDC. Now, explain to me what it will mean for the work of parliament. Say, happen, say, NDC equal absolute majority. Absolute majority will mean, say, they are having 2/3 of the total members of parliament which is 276. Now, I mean, parliament Jumano, the effectiveness, the oversight role ISS legislature play on the other arms of government and other institutions. I mean, in this case, NDC na Eba Power, John Mahama will be back. Sign a BCI in terms of accountability. and then checks and balances. You bet me share who say you bet me some level of effectiveness for the oversight role. I'm Rashebidano a play.
Well, so a few things. The kindness, of course, 2/3 majority, we have 184 out of 276. And no Krena NDC Chum 184, no, and as we 184, no, absolute majority, no, would mean say a lot of government business will go very smoothly. They're buying the Diviba Parliament, and go for a bit me a shepherd in your mano to a smooth landing. But then also that requires that there will be a lot of watchfulness.
Okay.
We need a break for civil society, media, and even minority in our parliament. You know, we need a break. Yes, we need government business to progress because but it needs to be scrutinized. And the scrutiny now, you know, will not only happen in parliament. It will have to happen also outside of parliament, civil society, media, and yes, sir. Based on our history as a country, one shana absolute majority now is because politicians can use it capriciously. That's the first point. The second point, apart from saying government business, they say in terms of I mean, it costs about ministers, normal parliament, now numbers now is slow near the idea. For the first time, we will not have that problem necessarily. Why do I see it? The NDC to mean 184 no chum kwa. It is President Mahama promises that no ministers won't far more than 60. The Mahama Constitution say about 50% is free parliament. You the for the class that we 30 a free parliament, another 40. We is at 30, another 40 is free. 184 plus now one more choice won't be anymore. You still have about 154, 144. You know, above 140 MPs from the NDC side, how many ministers? Plus MPP for minority plus independent for no. So they must be in parliament. It means that for the very first time, no, in a situation ruling party nipa parliament, ministers are and the excuse of minister and me 2 coin and me ministerial duties na there because even if all your ministers are not around in this current situation, I would go ahead with government business. In this excuse, no, the third point, oversight in some clients say, okay, the NDC phone one, they do want to be our parliament. Is it then near oversee the government? Of course, oversight will be one of the things that a bigger problem. And until I made sure say, see a shena, yen as media, yen as civil society, yen as team for your policy system, ye. Why? Because the mechanism of parliament oversight through committees of parliament. Committees of parliament, you know, ministry, department, agency, no, maybe sector, or committee, I shall also. So they be at the OE, who seek a ceremony at the Adina, one more so in making sure that you are doing things the right way. By parliamentary arrangement, you know, in the past, in committees, apart from BMU, in NDC for a chairpersons. Almost the Binya do committees, so oversight across. However, in this new standing orders, no maka krabe timiasasa, and I know they might hope to say, if they really truly mean oversight, Parliament can do something about it. What are some of these things? They decline, and they say, by parliamentary arrangements, no. Once the NDC across it to 2/3, the percentage are war in members of parliament. So that percentage now no be in every committee. Okay. It is our 66%, and that's 2/3 of members of parliament. The committee be 15 members are obenya mu 2/3, obenya 10. Now minority then 5. So the committee 21 members, obenya 2/3. Be 14. Now minority then that's how the distribution of committees will be. Super majority will also be super majority at all committee levels. I see. And in interest oversight near to a bar. So super majority know what. You know, if the NDC MPs are not minded, maybe they want to do it more partisan. One shall not. But the other good thing, they say, to see our understanding orders of parliament, committees, you may be up for us to see near Kosovo. Just like
this time around, no, okay. So you'll be allowed to go in there and see what is happening.
Yes, or even if you don't even go in there, no, it may be streamed live. Yeah. It's just a parliamentary plenary, you stream the live in it should be. It is oversight, is suffering, and we will know. And that's where the NDC MPs must know. So the people of Ghana will be following because now we have a more open committee system. So they don't oversight. And the way that Ghana for punish MPs be in these elections, when these things are observed and they don't do things right, they must know that the next elections will come. Apart from that, one other angle in the sense is your committees are by the standing orders, omo wa bemu and a chair. Your committees is why omo ni abemu and a chair. And those are quite very powerful committees.
Public Accounts Committee.
Bibi to say Public Accounts, I really name no dada. Bibi to say Subsidiary Legislation Committee, I don't see any that Subsidiary Legislation Committee, no more LI so. And now, see, I know the Government Assurances Committee account in the last few months, Honorable Okujeto,
yes.
In this current parliament, in this case, it be free minority side. And Government Assurances Committee, and Government Parliamentary Assurance Committee, and they say, so who are buying wash your more? One person says, "Boy, I will share, with this one." Into Boshebia, I will share no more trotto. At the right time, my friend say, "I buy when I also be my 24-hour economy, away. I buy when I also be say, away. When I also be say, I don't know, will be chaired by the minority. If they have an opportunity, although the membership, will have more NDC members because of quota system now makes me kind, but it still will be chaired by the minority. Actually, apart from committees, I don't know, a year majority to vote and a minority to the ruling party and a ruling, near canons, the new standing orders of parliament, and also in accordance with percentage. Therefore, Parliament committees, about 30. There are about 15 there, and constant. Say a coida majority, and I say a coida ruling party, caucus. Because if I say Security and Intelligence Committee say, won't be show position in that. Foreign Affairs Committee say, won't be show position in that. Finance Committee won't be show position in that. No more there by rules, a war ruling party in that. But Nyoma to say the other ones, I don't know, public accounts, subsidiary legislations, and government assurance, and also the minority. But the Ebekano, the NDC in your move to third, NDC in your parliament seats in the move to third, and also Romania committees now can move to third. I don't know my chair. Now, minority in your almost percentage of Munya, and also my chairperson's room. And these are mechanisms that they can use for oversight. However, with the numbers, so that they can use it to frustrate oversight. Internet will require any better. Now, you who say the new parliament is the kind of parliament that requires say you need he gave you this amazing majority for a purpose. What they at the power. And one of the things that they can do with this supermajority is that there are some provisions of the Constitution that, for example, must change. But Constitution is said to change it. This is all Parliament now more than 2/3, and after 2/3 and above. Into those ones, so they see our NDC has no excuse. So I'm going to catch and say, any cooperation from MPP 14, me and yes, I know a bit to say, see a better ama MMDCs.
Exactly.
2/3. Then the other time, and they say not two parties. Let me play. Say to Obama, DC is MC is near the idea, and so Baco see the party line. Baco see the party line. Your mom play in that angle, so they couldn't get a 2/3. But they see NDC has a 2/3, and NDC is so now. You need to almost say almost a band of partisan lines, and it has been in their previous manifesto. I think the current one, and so they say so we expect to say MMDC is in some as soon as possible. If they have the 2/3, they don't need anybody to start with. The constitutional amendment they say to make sure say you best start to see elect MMDCs, so that by the next elections of assembly forum,
yes,
you have Twaba
and go for contesting
MCs, DCs.
Interesting times ahead, but we'll wait to see how things will play out. But finally, The attrition rate and also I'm here because a lot of the mighty ones are falling in Parliament now. You don't see most of that from the NDC side. It almost look as if NDC for one more big gurus are still back to Parliament. And Ahmed Ibrahim Woho Tamale Ura former minority leader Haruna Idrisu Ewoho Atoforsen Ewoho Kofi Amaboa is back to Parliament. I mean, a lot of them Okuja Tomunyano are there. Dingo Pram some George Munyano are back to the Parliament, and these are tough guys. I mean, they've been in the chamber for a very long while. Now you come to the NPP's bench, and then almost all their big shots. Womunyano Eko Obi Amwa is no more as Leusuko. KT Hammond echo a lot more of the people and Lucy Womunyano a seat. Now, how will this play out in terms of the raw parliamentary work, experience, and scrutiny of the bills? A beba, okay? Say, I mean, the new people no cry but womu learning on the job as quickly as possible. Now, one more adapted to a near man. Are we going to see a more effective parliament in the ninth one a year coming? And now say most experienced ones are every musiciano. I mean, will bring us some level of downfall when it comes to the work.
You are right about what observations. NDC side no be more powerful. In fact, not just in numbers, but even in experience. MPP are straight almost. Major legislators through Omo because they volunteered not to contest in their party.
Exactly.
And almost what they have lost. Into on the experience. Now NDC would have the experience on their side and would also have the numbers on their side. I just walk into a fighter, warrior lightweight, now heavyweight sound in the Kwako. The scale is not balanced at all for the MPP. However, there is room for learning. I think there are some of the NDC MPs they came in also as freshmen, and by dint of hard work, experienced legislators, and I say, impactful legislators. Parliamentary business addition woman must learn right from the very onset. That 1 week, 2 weeks orientation at Parliament, I don't dare just to be able to get you abreast with one or two few things. But on a daily basis about learning. So there was also and this time around, there will be many of them. In fact, even if President Mahama decided to be 60 in every parliament, there will still be 216 MPs. They must be legislators.
Okay.
We are pre MP, pre minister, and as be
one business. Business.
Say, one would you combat for Jumano, now anchoye the other distractions that you okay, I know the meaning was here. Not uncle pet distractions, I hope not parliamentary business on Baya, on the idea. And they will be able to impact both in Parliament and outside of Parliament. For attrition rates, they are quite regrettable. And at Parliamentary Network Africa, yesterday be about what the attrition rates are looking like, especially as the numbers are coming in and going into next year, and we may be able to show what the situation is looking like. Parliament, baby, I only the experience more and more host to morning shows. And you'll be here in the morning shows. We need the experience, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, share stations are also, experience, to be able to handle a morning show. That's the kind of thing you need in Parliament because the more you do, the more you learn, and the more you become impactful. However, that does not mean so Ghana for say you need your bone the MPs because of experience, attrition, they must necessarily be shown the exit if they are not doing too well.
But Sammy, one thing a bit shocking. Some of the new entrants are eba more in the 8th parliament. Nanka ye nim se obi mu ho a wo mo abo mo ho modern ye obi mo nso guso a wo mo surge forward but it looks as if say almost quite a number of new entrants are ye hu wo mo in the 8th parliament, you know. After their first term, Bebrina so asan Lucy. Dakwa Newman has lost her seat. Porchum Berema of Doma East, Lucy seat, you know. The question is that a new entrant. I feel no wabemu fufra washa siekra wosuya. Now all of a sudden, no, you bet me at Tranketi. Richard, you confirm me ayensuano. Now you confirm me Teddy result. You know, I don't know whether he's won and I say well Lucy ayensuano no. The former NDC member of parliament for ayensuano. That is typically an NPP seat, but we want to confirm that. So, Sami, what might have accounted for Sani Emawe? Say one more about Mufo most of them now. Asan Lucy wa musita wa mo edebaye.
For me no rather additional kesiye pa edema omo mo be mo sisia no. You see sometimes the apre no party primaries main elections but like the incumbent no wo no and still in line with attrition incumbent no wo no onya ade mu nyini mfi ona mo pa me meche only for them to come to see say hey sa if ano sene tie ni za jumane nya beteza za jumane kra no sometimes it's not even worth it. It's as new MP no they dis be no right from day one
and they be no omo ho sa ade
coach mama selection coach two mo hu say hey that Ethiopia na ebo match altitude no high mi dani ame hu me kra me hu mi nzizo onwa mu no nya nka coach kra be yi na free match nso coach si gine mu na bo into the appropriate time or boy ya na anye yi no obi enwu say as a player yi onye player papa and I say Jubilant so any and whatever and then they withdraw you. It should be the first lesson. No more must know say we cannot advise them on say but in the future no we need to advise them say parliament and better so constituency no do honor who person we na see akunyana who can the in the name of some person we na so and see akunya emre of accountability baba. The second thing is that parliament is about the chamber or the parliamentary enclave, but it's also about your constituency.
Okay.
That it is more about your constituency.
Yes,
yes, you need to do the work in parliament this year. Say Obama Obiehu say indeed you are a good MP near the idea. However, in your constituency in Sumra, then our constituents will know say indeed you are representing them. So it must be a balance between the two. And those are some of the reasons. But for many of the new entrants, honestly, Ejumano, it's me bring menisu in a way say 1 year.
4 years now so cry.
Because 4 years is not it's not enough time for say Ejumano so. It's 1 year now and apart from the fact is that omu elusu sika through the campaign in pass elusu sika through the campaign be a campaign free me catch that many of them would even thank God so mulusu.
But I'm talking about somebody like Teddy Ewo Ayensuano constituency anymore in the eastern region. Now in your earlier commentary, say Ejumano is not just about being in parliament, but it equally has to do with the obeye in your constituency. So this is one person that with the entire country, people feel say, "Why Juma na ho brasier said your constituency away." At the end of the day, the people of Ayensuano, omo rejected. I don't know why.
And you see, they are the best judges, really. They see a thing crying. The think kind. We may probably see. There are some of the MPs that me. I always say.
Hello, Sammy.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker,
yes, Metonka.
Aha. Now me tell you say me vote who that they could pon.
Okay.
The next door neighbor, so far as constituency is concerned, Lejoku. Lejoku ye bibia ura boy a prayer.
Yeah.
So far as I'm concerned, as somebody who has studied Parliament over the last couple of years, I see no reason, under normal circumstances, Obi to say Okuboy should not be the one representing Lejikuku for in Parliament. However, Lejikuku for said, Daddy, near Penna, near Penwa, and they Omukasani Yeti. They are the constituents. They are the people who matter. You must know, say, at every point in time, whatever you are doing as an MP, you are ensuring, say, it is in line with what the people that matter are saying. Your constituents, you can be an excellent MP so far as Accra media is concerned. You can be an excellent MP so far as Parliament is concerned. However, you may be a terrible MP as far as your constituents are concerned. And in 4 years, they will punish you.
They will punish you. Final one, I mean, you pass affirmative action law. Say, you can say a man do not answer lose seats, and vis-a-vis, how do we get the numbers to complement? As you call the new man call Nane year call. Uko a year, how a Kumsin, and also call Lydia Sarah Malhassan, a lot more of the people are one more already the man crowded no so that, but also the way one was lose seats now. How will it look like in the 9th Parliament when it comes to the female members of Parliament?
Yeah, we're still watching. In fact, at Parliamentary Network Africa, and also one of the areas that we are in. In fact, in the next 4 years, two of the demography of MPs are any as Parliamentary Network Africa, MPs, any young MPs and women MPs. You need to try what the dynamics of a MP will look like. When it comes to young MPs, it appears to say, by and by, we are getting a lot of younger people contesting in various places. According to Interparliamentary Union, the World Union of all parliaments, a young MP can be defined as will be 45 and below. 45 and below. For it looks like we are getting quite a number of them in Parliament. By man side, we are still tabulating the numbers because whereas some of the women are losing, we are also having some places that either Oba lose to Oba to say to say Okankwe North, I think, and happy to say Katwa.
Yes, I would just say East.
East. Aha. In some of the instances, and to say Dom Kwabinya, near the idea.
Exactly.
In some of the few instances, so we don't know the number dynamics yet, but it's not looking like a bit to me, it drew 40 now, in the current Parliament. We hope that it drew. At least the class will maintain the 40, but we are still monitoring the numbers. But what would then have to happen? And they say, with an affirmative action law passed, now even the few in Parliament, together with the parliamentarians themselves, all of them, should now be, and all of us as Ghanaians should now start indicating, say, as I say, you're making sure, say. Parliament will be conforming to affirmative action principles, and that will start from parties. In their party primaries, event and next, what will be the affirmative action indications? To see it is too late, but if we start the work now, then there are parties the next constitutional amendment in line with affirmative action law. Then there the next advocacy in line with affirmative action law. Now, we may get to a point where affirmative action will play out very well in Parliament. To say Sierra Leone say, Emran say that 30% must be women. War parties, the candidate 100, you must make sure say they move 30 right from the very onset. You may make sure say. And that will make sure that to balance the situation. There are some countries where we are differently. Some the only way party, some of your strongholds, because the honor by all means, you must only field a female candidate. So there are many options that we can look at. particularly for this 9th Parliament here, it may not be very good for affirmative action. However, this same 9th Parliament has the opportunity, say, advocacy, the right things, using the law now, 8th Parliament to pass it, to ensure, say, we would have better women representation at all levels of governance. And yes, President Mahama, so send the 60 ministers, the other appointees, how would affirmative action play in those things? That would be a way of setting the right tone. Say, Onokra as president, what the affirmative action be? Because for the very first time, we're having a female vice president.
Exactly.
At the level of the first top four people that our constitution recognizes, we don't know who will become speaker Monday. Now, the other says the speaker it will be vice president, chief justice being women, president, speaker being men, 50-50, which would be brilliant. How are we ensuring, say, in other appointments, we'll be able to get something similar to that in those other appointments? How is Parliament ensuring, say, they'll do the right advocacy and make sure the parties do the necessary changes to ensure that by the next elections, we can boast of a Parliament that is affirmatively sensitive?
Very well. Sorry, I must be grateful for your time. I mean, will not 2 hours, Jumba. So maybe idea, you must answer any wedding come. Why? And that is the Executive Secretary, Edema, the Parliamentary Network Africa, speaking to us in details about what is likely to happen in the 9th Parliament. Now, we cannot also say the 8th Parliament, into a foregone conclusion. No, we have some few weeks to go until on the 16th of December. It is expected, sir, the 8th Parliament, ebesanso ababet nasibim na afi adwuma akamu a womo entimi ewie ye no womo betimi ewie ansa de akodi broda na afi ye rafi foforo ni mu a yetimi aswear in the 9th Parliament. And that is what is happening. Every angle of the conversation with the latest Parliament year coming, which is the 9th Parliament, ana Sami Obin Agboyema yetimi atini nyina no asem pacho join you live on Facebook na fa wadwen training nyina no ebra 19 minutes after 8, and this is Kessben election avenue so enie on Maakye na anopay. We are letting you know baby issues ni nyina no akodru. Now surely me do be call yen screen no so na many wo edin komo. I'll be showing you the map of Ghana na afi watching ehu baby attorney green any baby still blue no maintained na afi ya bano region by region the provisional result eba seat NDC aflipe the NPP aflipe so far how the numbers game is air call for both sides na afi yetimi ahwe. Now ye say we will go back into previous elections from 2016, 2020, even to a far extent 2012. Na yahwe constituencies nibia abasisia no NPP elusino the margins and one those seats vis-a-vis NDC yetimi overturning the margins must say seats no aflipe ababidi one more aside. And that is what is happening. We'll take you on that journey surely na yetimi anywhere this and common, but keep coming in with your messages or joining live or Facebook neswa ubetimi at the wajen channel at the abat na that may be more the one kratani be so at the mouth. Yabasa kwa kumani so akoye jumaba, but daily guide yaba enti Kumasi goes dead. Muamuo Kumasi any Asante one mono. I don't pay you maybe your phone lines. The moma yente monka. Enti Kumasi aye dinsa. I mean, when you too much soccer na or whatever happened, I mean, we'll give you that opportunity so you could share with us. But free day one I hear to a bedding in a Kumasi ye free day one from Saturday morning, Ebabesi and Rano Pakrana Yenyan declare, the street of Kumasi was very, very silent. And we'll speak to our reporters. I will na afe womo etimi amayen details nina na yetimi ahese. Why is Kumasi so quiet? I mean, Aban womo ane koto ye. I mean, Asante region is typically an NPP dominated region. They came there in their numbers. More party executives, Bahom, Dr. Umia was there for about 15 solid days, 2 weeks on a row, Ebetina region in the year campaign near there. I have seen some people posting say over 2.1 million votes. And I mean, Asante for now said down to a ban woman MP and Kwanko to a ma a year the NPP and no and Akakofa weighing in ano ediaba. But the question is that are you blaming the voters or you are blaming the national hierarchy of the New Patriotic Party? Campaign a womu ye yen sa na SS wo mo structure wo campaign na campaign a womu ye ya na po kwa no bia di nachi ba omi akwa no bia di nachi. Was that really a problem? Did they see problem about those arrangements a womu ye and they felt say it was okay? The fancy campaign I know more year. In fact, I must acknowledge the fact he said a Juma Dr. Bawumia you know, okay, and no na acting margins in the show. And it is clear, Dr. Bawumia and were crisscrossing around the country so effectively and delivered the message of hope to the good people of Ghana. It is unfortunate, whether fortunate or unfortunate, say Abatu no anko side, but Bawumia as a candidate of the party waye Juma. It could be say apathy no asset in. The mode year Nkrofo 4 years ago, still Nkrofo ebo enyo sa. All this one no na ye catch them send the papa mu anka mu gina campaign platforms ne so a. The edi kan no ene say mompa achew. Na mo accept responsibility of the fact to say yes, ye share mo boss ye beye ABCD. Nanso ye ba ye no and she say ya ye womunti ABCD no entimi amanesa momfa nche na mommoa yen ye koye nim no ye betimi aye niema ye. But I mean edru baby no na akwakoye a little bit fanciful. But ma memra ho mane so na mene aye ora David Oforia champion enim komo wono no aye educationist or say ye labor expert enkomodie bebre ne ba ye education no free SHS no John Mahama so oba wo beye emra e de Attrition na wa create photo a betimi aboa ma dabia no ye behu se free SHS no e wo sika wo hono ma e bo achidom na afi emra so Attrition free SHS no the NPP says no Mahama review our work no means cancellation wo ba nyon wo de ba ye enti ontimi mesomu embeye niye. Free senior high school was on top of the decision-making table. Ghana for Eshehu, Yentuaba, and Farmer free education, digitization, and Nasa Yentuaba, and Farmer 24-hour economy, and then in Kokon Keten, as they put it. Nina no Ghana for take a decision. No, of Maakye.
Speaker, make you out. Thank.
Me hoye pa na onso baby aye din e wo mai.
Nyamiado me hoye pa.
Oh yeah, pa. Yeah, that trade and pass. What call to Ababa? What be doing cry? I think.
Oh, me to about one cry.
Oh, okay, okay. I see. But my name come. I mean, what the education? No, dear. We need the no. I was through ye pa. At the table of the decision making, Ghana for necessarily compare the John Mahama and the Dr. Bawumia Eka free SHS arguably was not out of this particular election in terms of policy and in the dynamics by. But Ghana for decided for an option moving into the next 4 years. What do you think might have accounted for the SCCC? Ghanaians do really believe say yen review free senior high school as a policy because one more Akasio vote largely for John Mahama, who proposed say a review with the policy.
Well, said I would say Ghanaians have made their decision. And our decision is based on political parties, they are only to Ghana for any. The issue of cancellation, I think that it was settled even before the vote because NDC Bono came out completely to say that is not their intention. So on cancel. I can remember say President Mahama or Kase they would decentralize food supply stocks. They would cancel double tracking. And the idea in the education sector now promotion.
And they as well promise say one more the private schools now. One more students need be one more enroll one more as part of the policy. And the ideal college action nessa schools ni na no ananka. You name say private senior high schools one more kwalana free SHS and kwalano do na free woman sem no he promise what the woman so ever become na students no be alcohol. And yes, meet you.
Speaker, and then some of the year, Ayana politicians, Ayana sometimes Okasa, the breed. So now the question is that the private school, excuse me, I'm being honest, they don't have the stock of level of competence that public school teachers know.
In terms of what?
Secondary school education. Because a teacher for which there was secondary school. Now, they compare a teacher for more private school. Or more private public schools. Number two, salary. A teacher for more private schools. Does not match up to that salary for more public schools. It is a creating a balance. Taking all this into consideration. Putting children to private secondary schools will become a problem because parents very resist. Because of that, baby, I may buy one more name, dear, and to say, be over Recruit secondary school. So what and no, it's something that they must think through. Anyway, almost on the national dialogue and education.
Exactly.
How these things can be done. The second one, may a little bit of concern to me is the cancellation of the double track, because there has not been any definite from the policy statement from the NDC. IHS for the beginning of the next academic year, which will be the 25-26 academic year. Double track, you better cancel. Ghanaians' expectation, in the absence of that particular statement, then will mean say we'll take officer within the shortest possible time, also chat double track. And we say they must address it to alleviate the misunderstanding that people may have concerning the cancellation of the double track. And we say one thing they have to address. My next major concern, was that policy document, 120 days, is how are they going to deal with labor? How are they going to deal with labor? Because prior to the elections, there was a lot of labor agitation.
Exactly.
Strike, it's a very important point. What the state, the government will be doing in the first 120 days of its existence, and so on. So the players, then these particular steps will be taken. Because what is there?
Yes, but over on the labor front, can we say, sir, the NDC and John Mahama, were absolutely straightforward with labor and then Ghana for entirely. I remember, sir, Omeki comment, sir, Oba Mumani holiday kakra because Omainisi Kasem no engineer ye and no eye one. It became a whole topical issue, sir. Obi Awoba Beye Jumano, and then his explanation were that Sikasem no engineer ye now we a labor or be fighting for salary increments, no any idea. He ought to understand Enema SCC and then adjust economically and sign as such announcement no ebit me. But the more reason why the NDC did not really promise that much when it comes to the labor front. And can you forgive them to say okay, one said that amount promise be able to me binding it to it as labor, but yen chairman entina konyani sunye na yen share what he have to offer. Can that argument be made in that context?
Speaker, for me as an individual who is a retirement cannot say that I can speak for the working people, but my experience with workers, and I'm in it.
Okay.
In most instances, workers don't care whether you tell them that because the history of labor agitation, every government has struggled with it from rolling stamps, there. And most of the time, they are unable to address problems workers because of it. So, me, the Mijiki is another critical, very important year. What the agenda in the first 120 days, So sit back and let people understand. Say, because the COVID by now you workers. I made that suggestion. You have to support, which then implies to say the source of revenue at the platform, and that's become more. Because that's where a lot of our money comes from. You have taken it upon yourself to say you can revive the economy, but when people die, you can't do it. Good. But go back to the people and tell them that you can't sika ya boabo no ato ho a ye de beye adwuma daakye ba na me say sika bi ani ho nti ye di tuamo se de beye a se yale no timi ko na esi na mu a ye be say ye hye foforo this one Kenya government Kroha ya if you know adwuma for the uno mo bedeli a uno mo transe na uno mo nchechire ade no mo no po emfanto ho se de beye a ho be han ha because I know for sure say those issues no I say JPA share Sumbiafe. Okay. I be like nothing. No. They must seriously begin to look at it. Now, Muntimi address no munya space, Because it's one thing saying say, "Mami holiday," and it's another thing they saying say, "Me any holiday be me
Yes, but I'm just saying, sir, in terms of honesty, sir, Nipana culture. I mean, it will be expected, sir, at least certain level of promises bet me Abba. Now, in the context where the person has been emphatic to say, sir, mean to me said that and shamu because the mimi who am a teacher me no and near money said that and yes, sir. So unless you allow me the opportunity to get in there, see what is in there, and then we can now think of adjusting. And you would have to give me a certain period that making me sort it out, sir, and your money. You have said, say yes, labor they don't care. Say why you ready and now when you're ready. What musika no muhia, but the reality no will as well dawn on us. We are equally Ghanaians. And since I didn't know no more, I mean, how will he be able to fish it out for the labor?
And I make us say it must be part of their critical decisions in this first 120 days. Yeah. Get them to understand. Not only about the election, and people were demanding salary increases. They must address it immediately. From my experience from the labor front, these are some of the things that may crop up. And now address them immediately. If you think that you need time, get them, you organize labor, or get the front to sit down. Open up the realities to them. Let them know it's a problem and give us time to organize it. If the problem now is the fact that it has to do with issues of salary. Look, you are operating single spine policy over 10 years. Such as here. In it, there has been so many things that are all wrong in the single spine. So what will be their position on the single spine? For me, I've always advocated there should be a review on the single spine because the basic aim of the single spine is equity within the public sector working group. Okay. But within the same group now, both different treatment. Different treatment. And now offers agitations when you know. So if they are able to say, look, let's do a comprehensive review of the single spine, just like it was thought of from President for time, now you go back to that. Then we'll have some industrial piece, the leverage, without undue pressure, it's not part of your budget.
Very well. And I think these are some of the things I will anticipate to say. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Uncle free lines, eso. Go more.
Yeah, come.
Maakye.
Yeah, no.
Na eti saying.
Nyamia dumara kwa.
My bre ankasa. My bre ankasa.
Me suma bre papa.
Me beja. Nana.
Oh, no kama kasa. Me nizo beja me. Ba him pass aka me beja o. We say am be kwaya ade.
Wa meja me.
Na
to me bo wa meja.
Obisa Mr. France obeka.
Mr. Wa. But we are fine. And to corner started, Richard, for me, we are screen so wide. Now, let's look at the Ghana map entirely. Now, Yanshe said, Sena, Niamano AC Echo. Nothing has really changed from a year. The previous hours, you said the trend of the results, Asante Attrition in the Bibiano Assessor, Nana and bro, there was a little bit of a year. Doubt about a year Dome Kwabenya to say finally. I mean, the NPP has lost Dome Kwabenya, and indeed, I told you, figures will be play out. Now, Nana, may the top 20 constituencies, the most populated one, so now how many of them are NPP Timi a winning year? Now, how many of them are NDC? So, Timi a winning year. Now, sir. That top 20, Greater Accra na womo ekita 12 constituencies. out of the top 20. So if they are able to win majority of those top 20 constituencies, then no doubt it's a reflected in the final result who say NDC etime enyane. So this is how it's looking like, Nana. As at this morning, this is the Ghana map. Greatly as we speak, just 4 regions are blue. So you talk about the eastern region, which is blue already, a typical good region for the New Patriotic Party, and that is the region for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. That is blue. Obi Anim say eastern region. Definitely, the NPP will win that particular region. The Asante region is also still blue for the New Patriotic Party. Then I told you, so I'll bring you back again. You see, you can't say it's not as if say Nana, I gave you some top 5 regions. I told you said those regions a stronghold of the NPP. Okay, that was Eastern, Ashanti, and then Ahafo, including Bono region. Okay, yes. But this time around, the NDC has taken Bono region. So it should tell you, say, automatically, election, no, not a year. What you say? I'll come back to that. Remember, sir, top 5 regions now, be Bono. And I told you, say, sir, regions, 5 Kabuma. NPP strongest hold, what figures are now will be around 7 million, okay, in terms of voter population. But unfortunately, sir, 5, you look at this place, Eastern, Ashanti, Ahafo, Northeast, Ababeka Honsese, for them, which we predicted. And 4 regions right now belonging to the New Patriotic Party. Now, beginning from up north, you have Upper East, Upper West, Northern Savannah, you have Oti region, you have Bono East, you have Bono now turning green, okay? Which is quite surprising per this. Bono are turning green. Now, Western North is already green, 9 constituencies in this particular region. NDC are taking 8 out of the 9. There be region by mention map in the answer to Boas. Okay, by making now, to Boas. I want to show Ghana for something. And see, I told you, NPP strongholds. Now, Ahafo region, Asante, Bono region. Okay, so tabulation now, calculations, we realized that by the previous data, NPP was winning the Bono region almost in every subsequent election. But in this time round, one more Lucy. But we predicted say Bono ne become automatically ebeba. Now in the Western region, we were saying say per the trends, the New Patriotic Party, has won several times from the Western region. But again, I told you say activities bebrenano ankoso ewo region dormant. Now, as I speak to you, 17 constituencies. The NPP has won only 2 in the Western region. Now, everybody cannot say. Yeah. So it tells you clearly, baby about 1 year, the Westerners were so much angry with the fact that mobile development be ankoso interchange baako amoka say mo ye wo ajip runabout e dia maye no interchange no so a eno so akaho. But fortunately for Kobi Ochrimensa, the regional minister Ananka Mepesu Olusu no Watimia maintaining the seat in Takrade constituency itself. And that is for him. But Takrade metropolis in Sina say Yatoaba not within the Takrade metro no constituency say woman no NDC ajini na typically an NPP dominated metropolis. But this time round, no assessor. So these were the 5 topmost regions. Now, Bono is gone, Western is gone, but you still have Ahafo. And also a bar for the NPP, and then the Eastern and the Ashanti. So clearly, that is what has happened. Now, take me back to the map. Now, so in just about 16 regions, Nana, you can arguably say the NDC has won 12 major regions, okay, out of the 16 Upper West, Upper East, Savannah, Northern region, Bono East, Oti region, Volta region, Greater Accra, Central region, Western North, and then Bono region. So that is what has happened. And in case you didn't know, as at this morning, this is the map of Ghana. And across the country, everywhere is green, and it's a massive victory for the National Democratic Congress. This is how na eniyama esi etie. Now we'll take you to the past. Na afe yahwe Richard momfa menko eye software no eso na yenhwe enkomo ni bi emfri ho. Nana, we are going into the past elections, the 2016, the 2020, and even to a far extent, the 2012. The ebaye na afe yahwe se, I mean, figures ni bi a eba no. Omo appreciate ye womo nso decline ye in terms of voting no any numbers are ebaye no. We will take you through surely na afe watimi ehu the air koso. The margins ni nyina no enie. So stay with me na yemfa eno no emre osisia. Tonight, and this is Kessben. Pacho, we're joining you live on 92.9 and Afi 93.3 Kessben TV. You're live across the country and Afi Asida TV Kessben Plus. Nina no, I don't pay Uchi live. Was so now pay Ibia sending me message. I'm for making cardia. My quite interesting. Yes, you would do Kumasi Montin Sugina Ayedi and Abisio. Didn't hear Ayedi Payina sending me the response to it. That Mekani no head amount surely. These are the figures we've been working with all this while, and we have all the records of the previous elections as a country. We'll take you through that data, not surely. Now, share some of the major constituencies. Now, yetimi ene wo edi ho enkomo. Now, you come to 2016. Osha 2016 figures no, we will come to that for you surely. Now afi yetimi ene wo edi eho enkomo. Now region no, at every point in time you realize that regions no bebrena no are appreciated in terms of figures. Already no, you know how 2024 dear nyina no esi etie, and for that reason no ubetimi eho the reason tia trends no akọ the way yetimi eho ne say. Now osha both presidential and then parliamentary. Now let's look at a year presidential in Ahafo region in 2016. This is how in the entire Bono enclave, because by 2018 a year church regions no a mono, but we have the data specifically because wouldn't constituency okay, you put it together informing the Ahafo region. The data is equally there. You said previously before 2018 and another danko ekufuado eba power abechiche eye regions ni mono, we still had some constituency here. You put it together to form the Ahafo region. So if you want to know the data for 2016 you must as well go back to those constituencies. That's the 47 minutes after 8. You are live on Kessben TV, Asante TV, Kessben FM 92.9, Kessben 93.3. Now, this is what we are talking about. And constituencies are forming a year the Ahafo region. In 2018, President Akufo-Addo decided say obetete regions no emono. Now we put those constituencies together. Remember, the constituencies are they are forming the Ahafo region. So far, no year war about. So we have a 6 constituencies forming the Ahafo region. Now, as we speak, in this year's election, the air coordinator Nana NDC are taking 5 major constituencies out of the 6 Ahafo region. Now, 6 constituencies are the forming region. No, okay, kasa 6 constituencies ni no ebom na opeke omo elections data ebaye in 2016. This is how the presidential elections felt. Now in 2016, the total registered voters are now Ahafo region was 304,576. Then you look at the percentage of vote NDC etimi enya plus what the NPP had. So in 2016, NDC enya 98,071. The New Patriotic Party came in with 122,790. Then the other parties were able to garner a year 2,106. And this data is for 2016. Total valid vote in 2016 was 222,967. Then the total percentage of voter turnout in 2016. Aha and the who said this time round, turnout, was it low, was it high? You're picking on regional basis as the result for 2024, Egusua Urban, so that so you compare those data to the very ones then we'll be able to decide. Say, I mean, for 2024, Ebia, one more participate here, one more beto abano. Indeed, said the year kase will form near the we can be able to understand it better. And that is it. Total turnout in that region for 2016 was a year 73.2. The turnout for the NDC, for the NPP was a year 32.2, and that is what actually transpired. Now, over a year parliamentary DNY, you will be able to understand the way so the NPP versus the NDC parliamentary, you are looking at somewhere 46.5% and then 52.8%. So what it tells you is that, Nana, arguably, as we have told you, say in the past, the New Patriotic Party, used to win the Ahafo region. I mean, the 6 major constituencies are boom, and they form the Ahafo region. Indeed, it is reflecting in what we are seeing here, and then per the total voter population. Now we can go from constituency to constituency, but we just want to give you a general overview of what has happened. Typically, the Ahafo region, was for the New Patriotic Party. But this time around, the NDC has been able to flip it. Even in a major election like 2016, you see how our data, any voter the NPP had over 118,000 as against 104,000 for a year parliamentary. Okay, candidate at the Boma. Say you break it down a year constituency by constituency per this particular data then you will be able to understand the conversation we are having this morning. Ubetimi ede wadwen training no ede aba yebeji na yakinkan ni no ede aba. Now let's come to the Bono region, because it's equally part of conversations are a buy. Now let's deal with the presidential for the Bono region. Indeed, it was part of new regions are created here from the Brong Ahafo region itself. So you have the Bono East, the Bono region itself, and then the Ahafo region. Now for 2016, now we are looking at how the data is. 2016, clearly the figures are making it clear to you, say the New Patriotic Party won the Bono region. Okay, we predicted, say, per the 5 strongest base and now holds strongholds of the New Patriotic Party are near the Kosa Abatuo Wemuno, arguably Nankese NPP etimi a winning the Bono region. Now, Uba. In 2016, we had a total registered population of 592,232. The NDC in 2016, Oka regions na constituencies na a former Bono region no ebomwa. Now the NDC was able to garner a year 155,173. Now the reason here I keep repeating say Oka constituencies ni bom no is because of the fact is prior to the 2016 elections, not yet one region, okay? And the Ahafo, the Bono East, and then the Bono region itself, not Yakanemi and Sanina Abum. Nanado, a winning 2016 election, I saw any in Wieno 2018, and was started say Ochiche regions, no emo. But before that, what I'm saying is that before that, constituencies are they forming those regions, okay? Now you're talking about Hodada. Na the American what you say enti Osha constituency na ye dia forming region na woka omo election records any omo data no eboma you will still be able to understand how many people voted in 2016. I mean per the number of constituency yakika bom and their forming region no. And I'll tell you the numbers shortly. Now I've told you say I have 6 constituencies enti Bono region 12 constituencies, and then we are even told say as we speak, the NDC has taken 11 out of 12. 11 seats in the Bono region. Now, what it tells you is that automatically, and yet surprising, say NDC etimi aflepe the Bono region. And 592,232, NDC made 155,173. Then the NPP 243,954. And definitely, it was typically a blue region. Only said this time round, the NDC has been able to take it. And this is the previous data from 2016, indicating, Yetuaba in the Bono region, the NPP was winning, especially when it comes to 2016. Now I'll come back to 2020 data, and so then you get to understand that was the last election and sana yaba into the 2024 year. Now you'll be able to understand the reasons here. Data no echo this way. In 2016, the wind of change was equally blowing everywhere. Okay, and see, I have a regional NPP winning in 2016. Don't be surprised. The Bono regional woman winning in 2016. Do not be surprised. Said the ACNA in 2016, there was the massive test for change. And obviously, you could see most of the regions, the New Patriotic Party as well won all of them with some 60.4% as against the performance of the National Democratic Congress, 38.4%. And arguably, by 2016, the Bono region was equally a blue region for the New Patriotic Party. Then you come to a year, the Bono East itself. Now, you share the data for 2016 presidential. Okay, the Bono East in 2016 voted massively for the NDC. So arguably, Senate may form the 5 strongest hold of the New Patriotic Party coming into this election. Now, Bono East and the New Patriotic Party. Okay, because even in 2016, at the time Nkrofo pay change, Bono East still went ahead and voted for the NDC, and the figures are showing 520,453 registered voters are now a voters register. So as at 2016, even though Ghanaians were looking for change, NDC was able to make 189,086 out of the 520,000 are now a year voters register. So then comes the New Patriotic Party making 164,176. So arguably, in 2016, even though people were calling for change, John Mahama NDC Lucia that particular election, yet they still won the Bono East region in terms of presidential results, making 52.8% as against the performance of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, making 45.9%. And Sena ye kwa abatuo we mu a automatically you should be able to know, sir, one of the regions are favorite for the NDC, the Bono East region. And that is that for 2016 data. No, we can as well go on for the other regions. But you can't catch us, share analysis now. You have the Bono region, you have the Ahafo region, you have the Eastern and all of that. But per what you have seen, the reason here and the Bono region, Afilipino, is what you are seeing from our data here in our studio. But what joining in your 92.9, which here live, again 93.3. So we can as well do that for the other year regions. Now let's come to the central region, a very critical region going into this election. 2016, automatically they voted for the New Patriotic Party in terms of presidential election. So the NDC versus the New Patriotic Party presidential result for 2016, NDC was able to do 44.5%, NPP 53.7%. As at the time, now total registered voters of 1,413,138. Okay, this is for the central region, a very swing region. NDC made 405,262. NPP made 496,668. And that's Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2016 was the presidential candidate for the NPP. 2016, went for the NPP. As to how our NDC are managing a flip it from 2016 and 2020, March 2024, regional ababedi womo aside, will tell you some of the dynamics are contributed to that. Now, I feel yetimi ene wo edim ho enkomo. And this is how in 2016 the central region voted. I just want to show you the data. Now, I feel wetimi ehu na yetimi edim ho enkomo. Now, let's go to Asante. Now, in 2016 presidential, Asante region 76% for the New Patriotic Party. But the question I hear is, Anopeya ye kasei, will the NPP be able to make 70% even in the Asante region per the result are Ebayana? Okay, the commitment levels. Now, I want you to see these figures because you call 2020 you see the performance of the region. Now, you compare Ebisa say, yes, Asante fu MPA Nkotuaba, and the NPP for LUC over some 2.1 million votes. But we'll ask ourselves and see, is it truly the case? Now, even in 2016, voter population and Asante region was 2,885,061. Now, not a new 3 million now, one more in 2020 and then 2024. Now, in 2020 and 2024, voter population issue from 2 million about 3 million ranges. Okay, and then you are still seeing an improvement when it comes to the total voting population and what the Asante region. At the end of it all, NDC made 492,432. NPP made 1,646,964 in Asante region in 2016. And I don't know Ebabe contributed to the fact that John Mahama elusu 2016 election by some 1 million votes. Clearly, you could see the voter difference okay, in the Asante region. Now, about 2020, we will see, and then we will ask whether the NDC performed well in 2020. Now, I face our performance now, whether or not improvements be abba. Okay, in the 3 subsequent elections, then you can be able to understand the data. So, the general performance overall, 76.4% for the New Patriotic Party, and then 22% for the NDC in the Ashanti region. Now, we know I am interested. So, now, in 2016, the voter turnout in Ashanti region was 74.6%. But you're for no two team natural to home mommy, okay? Because they say party and conformatis and conform so air social media. Say Asante for na MPA Metuaba, okay? So the turnout is very, very important. Now, if you had a turnout of 74.6% in 2016, you remember 2020, now you figure a buyer in terms of turnout, okay? Now, EC no declare results for 2024 we are who total turnout for the regional, then we can make a better assessment of the fact to say Asante for pie beto aba ana wo mo abeto aba enti na ama de akosi no yehu no ene enti that is it. So we share a year the valid vote cast for a year 2016 krana you have a total registered voter population of 2,885,000. Okay, 85,061. But the valid vote cast is equally 2,154,616. So obviously, you should be able to understand, sir, the voter turnout was very massive for 2016 in terms of a year Ashanti regional vote. And that is that for the Ashanti region. Now, ma yemra a year the Eastern region, because arguably, and also beba up. Definitely. So in 2016, Eastern region, the NPP's performance was 62.8%. Then as against the NDC, 36.8%. Voter turnout in Eastern region, the region of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, okay, in 2016 was 66.8%. But this time round, Nana Addo is no longer the candidate for the New Patriotic Party. Enti yebehwe se epoye mantem for no kwan a womo fa so pie in 2016 ebeto abade man Nana Addo no womo de saa hokeka no e de call 2024 election yimu ana. Now when we are able to fish out the overall turnout for 2016 and 2020, then we can make a general conclusion. Na obi ant na ni fie amfa so bo na nkobo obi se obi na anya adwuma, okay, adwuma ni nyina no ye but ye wie ye no mo so asese boto aba no mu pie koto aba na data no ana beche. Now ma yemra a year greater, so obviously Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2016 eternally Eastern region no blue, and it is still blue for the New Patriotic Party. Ma yemra a year the Greater Accra region, the swing region a decided election way. In Greater Accra, total turnout in 2016 was 64.7%. 64.7%. As at the time, so from 2016, na Greater Accra hit the 3 million mark in terms of voter population. Until Osha had 3,077,633 for Greater Accra. The NPP won Greater Accra in 2016. Now they were able to make 52.4% as against NDC doing 46.6%. In terms of real nominal figures, Odeba numbers Muan Kasa, NDC enya 928,169 votes for Greater Accra, whilst Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was able to cross the 1 million mark. Okay, so 1,044,472. And this is a year 2016. So you can say you call a year regions because of the time. But I mean, these are the critical regions. Now I will take you to the voter region. Now I feel the general performance, which is a stronghold of the NDC for 2016. Then you get to equally understand the way our performance is in 2016. So in 2016, I mean, arguably, the NDC was able to do 87% in a year the voter region. As at the time, now the total registered voters are a year the voter region was 940,371. Okay, so NPP as against the NDC, the NPP was able to do 60,802. whilst the NDC did 493,141. And that is that. But the voter turnout, okay, even in 2016, for voter region was 59.8%. And what you say? And he obeti say, yes, you are going to phone so and Tuaba in 20. You see, when the things happen like this, data no honoma, it does not lie because figures no show clearly. Yes, you are going to phone and Tuaba, one more MP, and you can't be tina, NDC and me, and we need 2016. Indeed, unya a total turnout of 59%. Now, I think it's an average performance. Okay, so the question of one said that MP, you know, for me, it didn't really click. It was just a matter of the fact to say Ghana for the donor no mupe change in 2016. Because if you are doing a little over 50% of a total turnout, I mean, clearly. But we are coming to 2020. Now, I feel you share a year the 2020 figures, dynamics, you know, for a year, the mede amount and no pay. So we'll begin with 2020 because we are already in the voter region. So in 2016, Nana, anyway, the data is proving me wrong to a far extent. In 2016, they did 59% in terms of turnout. But 2020, there was a 77.3 total turnout in the voter region. So it means that this time around, votarians will appear in their numbers. What I say, and that was the time I know why your boy Jane said 1% NDC, you know, ever back in 2020, and that was the time. And another danko ekufuado so COVID by political parties ni bebre kranya kwenya anye campaign. Na now be kai 2020. So man said that anye campaign na 1990 monocrano, you were able to do 77.3%. So what actually happened in 2016? Emma munya only a year a 59% turnout. Yes, in 2016. So clearly, I mean, you could see. But here, total registered voters, 924,123. NDC making 606,424 as against the New Patriotic Party, 101,084. For 2020. And 2020 data no amateur, but show 2016, just so you get to know and understand. And Nana, your software do breaking it down at the mount. Per the tabulation, you see, sir, NDC turned out I mean, was 65.6% in terms of raw figures, or they compare. Then the NPP did some 10.9% in a year, the voter region in 2020. But generally, 77% in terms of turnout. Okay, now let's do the Asante region, which is also the stronghold of the New Patriotic Party. Now, what transpired in the Asante region for a year, the year 2020. So the NPP did 72%, which is a decrease from the 2016 one.
From 76.
So from 76 performance one more a year in 2016. Now you are back to 72%. So we a serious political party, and what it means is that even in your stronghold, you know, free 2016. But 2020, within that 4 years, you know, what drop it even in terms of numbers in your region, which is your stronghold, okay? Our party, you know, ought to have known and work on it. The reason, no, and it's a na party are setting in. Na now guys here tinaha ekaye edi nkomo ka say na na do aban yi ba yi omo hye da anye bibia wa Asante mantemu. What you say? Enkrofo twa ye ne and it's reflected in the 2020 election. Asante for say wo buy and wonye bibia ma wo mo enti 76% no mo de ma wo in 2016 no wo mo adwalai party no efra se ana set in, yet party no entimi anye bibia amfa ho ama party no asan grow further, and this is what you are seeing na enti ukra 2016 76%. Na aban no wa party wa aban mu na wo kopre wo second term I say wo stronghold say why you adwuma pa wo mo kra na say pie larger in their numbers no mo beto aba no edema, rather you are performing retrogressively from a year or previous performance wunyaye. Okay, and NDC in 2016 in Asante region in 22%. They performed better in 2020 in Asante region, giving them 26%. So the question is that what was happening? Is it the case that NDC in your strategies very well in Asante region between a space of 4 years from 2016 to 2020? What you say? Say a transitional. Meanwhile, no they compare. Okay, the NPP did not perform any better in the voter region. Now they cannot just say. Every election year, biano from data no 2016 ohwe NPP percentage omunya in voter vis-a-vis the omunya in 2020 etiba form. But the NDC was performing better because in 2016 they did 22%, but in 2020 they have done 26.5%. So what is the reason? One stronghold though, but more party executives did not sit down to do all this analysis. And they just felt that, I mean, we are there, Asante region there, and a year party nefunuma, just as they say it every time. But the people are simply telling you. And you see, by 2020, Nana, the reason here NDC was invading Asante region was the fact that John Mahama coming from 2016 to 2020 could point at certain things. Na obekaya nana 2020 election oko otumfo na okita paper. One listing a niema oba aban no wo ye edima Asante region. And arguably Saadi no to Crawford trim, so you clearly see say the numbers in Asante region was improving. And me, I will not be surprised if after say you did 2024 results in album, the NDC will do over 30% in Asante region. Then you ask yourself that the executives now moto abade ma womu party panyimfo a womu bedi ministerial position in Asante region ewo nanado aban we mu no sa opportunity na womu nya to serve in Nanado's government no ekwan ben so no mde bo Asante man. What you say? So before you open up your mouth to make the argument, you should be able to understand how our figures, is it here. You should be able to do that. Now, a year 2020, a total turnout, okay, which the numbers were even going up from the previous data, which is 2016. Now you are doing 81.5 total percentage in terms of voter turnout. It means that 2020 Asante PA in their numbers to come and vote for you. But no reflected in your percentages are wunya. Okay? It rather Asante PA and it rather favored the NDC for them to move from 22% in 2016 to 26% in 2020. So what it means is that as we speak, so Juma NPP ni NDC NDC is improving on yearly basis, okay? Every election year, they are improving in the Ashanti region. From the previous 3 datas, you're winning now, but we will come to the subsequent one because I need one more just certain seats in the Ashanti region are ABC now. And then the numbers game. We'll look at how John Mahama performed in those constituencies. The NDC has been able to win in the Ashanti region. Previously, NDC 4 seats, yes, 3 or 4. But this time around, look at it. They are doing about 7 to 8 seats in the Ashanti region. Okay? And what it means is that ministers, they didn't help your region. So today, if you are losing in your region and the people fail to come out in Ashanti region, don't blame anybody. And you could be an blame Stephen in team. The people who are from the region who had the opportunity to say one best serve one more fast opportunity na near Juma ma party no our region. One more to mojeje mu thinking say one more baby animal be kasa mu de mu ye fear for mu beto abano. But things are beginning to change per the data you are seeing. Okay, and to the poor performance of the New Patriotic Party, and as what you see, funny enough, Saniama Wenyina did not inform them. And to one take his steps. Last minute here, I am spending 2 weeks. Nana, I was Asante region. Last minute here, I am for gidi you see, and your Asante at your you must pick the figures, analyze it. Now all the same figures no back to the drawing board. Now what's say more adaptive more strategies. Okay, we are abaya we are serious. So pursue ye baby man stronghold. Also by 5 interchanges. Nana, what to the last 2 years of your government? 6 years a tremuko. I feel na wako cut sword. Ubabese project ase. Everybody America not just 2 years. Mawa banya tremuno. I feel wako cut sword. Ube raise funding. What the best supporting the completion of those projects. Okay? Sikane beko ebeba, sikasema ye basa, ye ko IMF aba montwen swami interchange ye be shase ni na ebufuo no pile up because the people do not no longer have the patience to wait some be be papa be ade ama won. And arguably, I mean that is what you are seeing in the result a free Ashanti region and that is what is reflecting. You ask yourself, say, regional executives near what region Nimono, Kwame Womo Faso Tenasi analysis of the very things that not happening with Asante Mantemu. And now it was just the mere rhetoric who had the EBFA, NDC phone to media influence. Now you see, Omo Kasani Ginano, ye voter registration exercise be NDC for making sure say one more Chomonko for more register. And what about the new patriotic party? And this is how you are seeing it. I mean, clearly, it is like that. Now, let's come to a year Greater Accra, and then we go to a year the Eastern region. Now, Greater Accra. Now, look at the numbers. Okay, so interestingly, this is the national capital. You won Greater Accra in 2016, but in 2020, the NDC won Greater Accra. What transpired? A DNC, yeah. As at that time, now voter population no as increasing. Now they are doing 3,529,182. Okay, this figure this time round in 2024, Greater Accra has still improved their voter population with over 200,000 more votes. And I told you, sir. Because of vote, no air cost through Debia, now Nkrofo migrating from other regions to Greater Accra. So what your party now I'm wondering Hanswa, I mean virtually Ubelusu this particular region. Okay, so now from 3,529,000 to 182. Now they are doing a little over 3,700,000 and over for Greater Accra. So total turnout in 2020 was 72%. Now, the NPP did 48%, a total flop from successor Munyaye in 2016. So, in Greater Accra, so a DNC, okay, Manye development be our and a DNC. National Cathedral, Manana Amuko Tutuwa, before Kramoko Kati short, more year, a lot of events. Ye promotion, more the donation numbers to her, okay? Ekazo Nkrofo donating yensia so dai emanyankopon. Okay, mububu. I mean a lot of projects. People were watching. The NDC was using that as a campaign tool to say baby a more cited project in the Krano, it is wrong in the first place. But Monty, and this is elite regional. I mean, they analyze issues before they cast their ballot. And I mean, presumably, OSHA valid vote cast for 2020 out of the 3 million, the total valid vote cast was 2,568,225. NDC did 1 million. In the previous election, they were around 900,000. Now don't quite cross the 1 million. Not from 900,000, no, okay, what Timia beat you up. Ababenya 1.3 million. So 1,305,850. Now the figures now would in 2016 no improvement be answered that. So the question is that from 2016 we win abano. Eba basi 4 years or first 4 years I would tell you 1 year be to please the Greater Accra region. Nkofo e wa na. Okay? Dedeni nyina no so ahane sha ase free. Now these are how the figures are playing out. Now, one who data no said the analysis of it in no is here. Now, I bring them in table and say the Mako, the Central, and then the Bono, and then the half for me. But what church was I mean? But you enjoy the line.
How to pick up from
Facebook. So, this is how our dynamics in no is here. Okay, as we speak, there are 34 constituencies in the Greater Accra region. Ask yourself today, say, Emuahe and NPPA, etimi eweni. Enti what the who said 2016 who performed better in the region. 2020 who vote to no so declining. Any serious political party and should be asking themselves to say, at the end, you better you be my vote to no improving. Okay, but this time round, what sounds so declining poorly. So what it means is that party impending for no appointees, data will crowd one more fine prior to this election. That is what it means. Because the way Juma in 2016, a winning region with over 1.2 million votes. John Mahama was around 900,000 votes. Now, what Timmy Abe reducing marginal would it be in 2016 Abe another 100,000 votes difference in this same region. And the question I'm asking is that between 2016 and 2020, party no near buying more. But if you were really paying attention to some of these figures, you could have implemented certain things at least a bebo one crofo kakra. A bit is then. Fool. Okay? People will tell you so, Nana, dede buy eduane boye. Emma akotoko ngrase. The former Greek minister. Oko nkrase kwato to bayre edi begu ministry ha. Ebe bi market wa ha no woton. Sa de na free for neighbor. Greater Accra. That's what they cannot say. So the Greater Accra residents were telling you, say, cost of living in this particular region are very expensive. And what was the Abine's deliberate policy to be able to curb some of those things? There was no solution. You just left it. We thought, say, the fanciful ones now, they be the only thing that Greek minister did was that, encrophobi na ashe de before na womo pem faso dodo no ana ashe da enti yaye planting for food and jobs enti mayen konkurase. Okay, me yenko techiman, yenko soa bayere engu tracks mu. Nana, ni enfamra mesi Ministry of Agric. Na yemi mini mat ewo ho. Ope bayere ni body abraho beto. Was that really the solution you could have preferred for that particular challenge? Okay, so I mean clearly, party the mistakes, abiding mistakes. And yet, Dr. Bawumia, abiding ankasa mistakes. Na do danko ekufuado. Ni appointees, ni ministers, ni mistakes. Ene di mwa bedru baby, ene di mwa bedru. Because a more share, and along the line, abiding no ye di oye no. Na party for no, figures, no ni data no. Na wa mo choose okay. Yen trickle way kakra. Yen fa police we meshibwa. Na we ni yen sisa kakra. Na trends ni sisa kakra. Arguably, so one perform better cry no, it wouldn't be so abysmal as we are seeing this morning. Not 34 seats in this entire region, you are just getting about 4 seats to 5 seats. Or strongholds are a war region where we are and this year. Then the question is that a Juma Ben now, yeah, 1 year Jumabia, obviously, and that is a year the Greater Accra region for you. And this is 2020. Now the NDC has performed better, even better in 2024. So we're still waiting for the Electoral Commission. Say one more ebe declare 2024 election results. Not yet, but we can say because we seat NDC AG in the Greater Accra region, it tells you clearly. And I told you on the eve of election. Okay, me catch here will say, share constituencies no. Wow, we winning more constituencies. No, this time, no, yes, skirt and blouse. Ye two parliamentary candidates now, a better transition into the presidential result, and that is what you are seeing in the Greater Accra. So the fear is that 50% are even in 2020, no, we more. But opposition party, we need the national capital in the previous election. Okay, one more nearby mo. Or implementing policies. And today, the best in tier, the best in Yamana improving the performance in the subsequent election. You see, you can't simply be more. Most of your precasa, the what color that, but I don't know your case. No crime, your beca the actual. Okay, yet you grow my average one, catch them say, and Sasia, Moji free and crying, I him for name. Okay, I buy mu penny way by no one the nepe. Now one form sasi one cry a buffon ya catch them with a moko cantonment, moko chado, nanan sasi stories are here yanya wo studio has it. You are taking lands, a ye government lands, a buying sasi more giddy free nanano self, a buffon they are talking to their people to vote against you. Oko chado and sasi anamo jiji, cantonment in sasi anamo jiji, they sign ordinances, edin fans sasi na, sa emra esesha fa hunina, I spy are by now, kesese mutuya royalties, ediman ananoma muntuya, ministers na fa hun e fa san sasi a mon fum san sasi ni nyina. The people of the Greater Accra region will punish you. And indeed, and even with the individual citizens, okay? Obi koton asas yes we ya bebu dan egu wa be fa asase no we ya koye say langas sem. These are basic things. Ye kaye bontie. This is what has transpired. Apart from no economic difficulties, and no and the party do ababedru baby a edri. Now let's do the central region for 2020. Now afi member that African Ziga so. Now the central region. So NDC lost that particular region in 2016, and then in 2020 they still lost in central region. So again, there's Cynthia. Okay, NDC asanso a flippy the central region. Now I'll give you the numbers from the central region. So we have 23 constituencies in the central region. Out of the 23 constituencies, NPP had a comfortable majority. Now NDC is doing 18 seats in the central region. What it means is that NPP will only get 7. Okay? Or 6 constituencies. Yes. Not even 5. Yes, 5 constituencies because 23, 18 out of 23. So they will only do 5 constituencies in the central region. Okay? You see, Nana, central region became a standpoint. And the last time you mentioned it, the NDC SSR Haruna Idrusu Ekofa Atoforsin. Okay? Atoforsin became the minority leader. Majority leader as party in power is Afenyo Maakye, also from the same region. Okay? Nana Pokuajiman from the central region. Kennedy Japan from the central region. I mean, a one-time presidential aspirant, Anfa man. But what has really happened in the central region? You promised the central region for the Mubesi port. Port was a harbor, Ewoho, Ediama Womo, and Kosiaga. Nanado's on the promise here, but Umia's on the promise central region is gone for the new Patriotic Party. Central region. Now, if you look at the figures, now 2020, you did 52.3% as a party in power. NDC did only 45% in central region. So the NDC lost central region in 2020 and then in 2016. Those major elections, Nina. This time round, attending in the central region. And per map na me de chair, when I'll come back to that. Osha map na me de chair now. As at this morning, even before Electoral Commission ebe declare result, the NDC has already won the central region. So that is what it is. A total turnout of a year 74%. As at the time where total registered voters stood at a year 1,567,963. The NPP doing 609,281 as against the NDC 533,623. Okay, and see, this is how the central region equally looks like. Now you have 1 million in central region. You have a little over 3.5 million also in the Greater Accra region. So 3.5 plus 1.5. Okay, you are almost doing over 5 million voter population just for the 2 regions. And you tell me, sir, one pay much attention to both the central and the Greater Accra region. Whilst knowing, sir, what these are 2 regions, the Boma, or voter population in Accra, a little over 5 million. So what were the strategies going into the election? Stay with us. Results, but we just wanted to do a forecast of this. Now, what me are rationalizing here, they were figures no data no any. I mean, this is not our data. This is a data from the Electoral Commission's own, results I won't declare in the past. And if you go online and check all these things, ubetimi ehu ada yetimi aye tabulations in no at the amount, just so you get to understand, baby are you free, any baby are ya bedroom. And what it means is that o wa ban mu, o ye party wa ban mu, tiensem trophy e kanokre e wo Kessben. That is it. Because if you get people womu ye gatekeepers won be hwe ni maka kanokre na kire na everybody womu ma me yes sycophantic spelling. I said the candidate biado. Boss mam kakra nko didi nti womu ntimi nka no kra ne mfa nkire wa all the time no you will be able say wo ko wanim no obi wo wachi a wo check ma say and that's a boy say me saba me chi be correct niema and then now you've gotten to where you are. We will not blame you so much, but I just want the Ghanaian people and people for now are disappointed and no pay no figures in ye mon paying for nim they have it womo anya ho hwe abinding nim womo anya ho hwe appointees amunya womo in central region womo an said anya the papa bia. Ask me and tell me in the last 8 years developmental project in power NPP media call the central region massive. Compared to the NDC's 8 years, Cape Coast Stadium, Kotokraba market, and a lot more of because a project you can feel and touch. Okay, and see, basic region ni moi. Bet me actually say me buy and these are the tangible projects. Me ye edimao. Ni nyina actually we say me wasake me ama meko. But your buy no show no so there no why the amount. And these are the game, I mean, how we play the politics. And see, if you are able to understand some of these dynamics, then clearly, ubetimi hu baby problems, then the challenges, ever. And yes, simple the fact is say NPP and said that your homework ye. Wamu wa baimu, yanko jibini, yenje contract. And no was far more important to them. General Secretary, baby addressing media no cry no. Executives are cutting in every no. As if so no kwane call kono, as if so no kwane call kono. As if so no kwane call you. Okay? As if so no kwana party delegate no, eto abade man say womra medi party denim. As if so no kwana. Okay, you don't do that. I mean, next time, when the opportunity is given, some of these things will critically will have to be looked at so that a bit miabua muankasamu progress as a political party. 33 minutes after 9. This is Election Avenue on Kessben, Maakye. We did a Kwame Appiah Kubi, Mr. Speaker. Now, my member was we've done a yeoman's job. What's here now far? We will not keep our mouth shut unless I come like us we're here. And I was in the microphone. That I mean, said the yaya the dada no sad you better know bibia no best and there you can trust us. You who you beka. O correct here ebeboa. One correct here. Result a wu hu na no pay ebeba nkro bom dachi. Nana mami nchi o na.
Why mama mo tra mo bla ni suo mama why? Mo bla ni suo mama. Na mo bla ni juice ni bi. Kwame why adwuma pa. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yes, Kwame. Me bo other regions me fat just two pena my boss so kakra bi then I move on. Adwuma de why ni na. Kwame say okọ baby ti say voter region. Voter region, I think that the strategy fifi kwete and the tribal politics worked. Kwame, it worked. Yes, that it worked because all the figures new to Ghana.
Yeah,
I was particular about the turnout.
Okay,
because we made to understand say because they did not come out to vote in the 2016, which election. They did 59%.
Yeah,
59. As compared to 2020 in 77.3.
Yes, exactly.
You understand?
Exactly.
And 36 and Betoy. But listen to me. If you watch the figures carefully, you realize that the 2016 59% turnout in the voter region. NDC dropped 4%.
Okay.
Yes, they dropped 3.something%. Sorry, 3.something%. And 2020, the 2020 turnout was 77.36%.
Yes, and now they are
yes. Yet NDC dropped. You understand?
Yeah.
They did not appreciate in terms of percentage. As for the numbers, they appreciated their numbers because at that time, no, near registration, 80. NPP moved from 70-something thousand to 100-something thousand. You understand?
101,000.
101,084. And NDC
for 2020.
Yes, and NDC is free
606,000.
Yes, you get me. But also percentage wise now, the last two elections are in now, from 2016 and 2020, as compared to 2012, downwards, no, NDC are dropped with 6%.
Okay, in terms of percentages. Okay.
You understand? Despite that, the turnout of 2020, they dropped.
Okay.
It means that Akufo-Addo did something in voter region.
Okay. Nana Meba, so 2020, in terms of raw nominal figures, you are looking at 606,424.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Check it two figures for both NPP and NDC. No, Now you share 2016. Okay, now yentimi striking the percentage.
Okay,
between the two results.
So watch the 2016.
Okay, so this is the 2016 exactly.
Okay,
exactly. So 493,000. Okay, a movie cost 606,000. Maybe so what?
Aye.
Then 60,802. A movie cost 110,000.
Exactly.
Okay. So you can look at the differences.
Check the percentages. They check the percentages.
Yes.
Good. So it means that and the 2022 they dropped. When you take development, Kwame, at a point, also from 2016 to 2020, Akufo-Addo show me say these are political party but you are not getting anything from there. So a lot of development Akufo-Addo call voter region. Emma translated to votes in 2020. So NDC dropped again in 2020. Kwame, from 2020 to 2024, I can tell you that the voter region and your almost fair share of development. I'm telling you, Kwame, when it comes to roads, because sir, 12,000 kilometers of roads in Kwame, a chunk of them are voter region, which the voter regional House of Chiefs. Some of the chiefs need be about testify say there's a massive road infrastructure development in the voter region. Aside that, when you go to the communities, you will see the astroturfs.
Exactly.
You understand? Stadiums. Hohoy East, Obusi, the B-Dime, a year the offshoot, just named it. Adome Bridge. Reconstruction, how it is, on and on and on. But yet, Sekaname expect to say NPP Belusu voter regional. It shouldn't be massive like this. What we saw this year. So I can tell you emphatically clear that the flood issue, the statement Akufo-Addo making on.
Yeah.
NDC took advantage of it to do the tribal politics, and it worked.
And this time around, in the voter region, it's 18 seats over 18 seats.
18 seats over 18 seats. I'm not even particular about the 18 seats.
The presidential.
Yeah, the presidential. Because the 2016, LPP did not win any seat there. You understand?
Yes,
but they appreciated their number. So I'm not into the seats.
Okay.
The votes.
The presidential result,
and the two people did the trick. The Fifi Kwete and Okudeta Blakwa. Blakwa used the flood in now
to whip the sentiment.
Yes, the sentiment. Pay some be flood, some voters idea, some kunkumo, all let's Kwame.
And who did the part? Yeah. Compensation, baby, also compensation.
That's it. And you see the flooding, the communities are affected. It wasn't only one constituency.
Exactly. Across.
You get me? So Obi Obeka say yeah politics. Come you perceive finding out what actually happened. Not Obo tribe dia or Semenka tribe. You are being stubborn. I don't get it. It is part of politics.
A play out.
A play role.
Ground hold there.
It is I know the play role. No, I play role. What do I say? Come, what do I say? You want to figure out what happened Ama Akufo-Addo went to me, and I say NPP to me appreciate it. Wasa from 2016 2020 they have done well. Now this time around it is being blocked. So that is that.
Yes.
Yes.
We mo buy no mo ameboa ye.
Yeah.
Omo abie nsuo mensuo afọ.
Yeah.
Mo niam nyina say mo ni baabi kura mote. Sika say omo de mammo na motimi nya baabi tina no so a omo amfa. I mean, these things will play out.
Yes.
Locally, who call from where home.
I'm telling you, Kwame. Now let me tell you something. Did you see Fifi Kwete in the last 2 elections, 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
Debbie.
Fifi Kwete was in the voter region, doing house to house. And the statement that he made the other time, I know Kabibi say, this is the political party who would do. Kwame. And they went there to justify the reason why as a so about to abadima National Democratic Congress. It worked. Now you come to Greater Accra. Me say Kwame, as for the Greater Accra there, we still have to find out what is happening in the Greater Accra. Yes, I was just doing calculations here that NDC took 1996, 1992, 1996, 2008 and 2012. And they say Omafa 2024. Kwame. NPP afa 2000, 2004 and 2016. And Omafa yes 2016. So 9 elections are yeni nano. NPP afamu 3 pe and NDC afa 5. But the reason why I'm a NDC afa 5 no. Kwame. So I say change of government year biano. The party no the region esisa almonsa. You understand? And no nama who say NDC timi akwa that aid because there's some a year 92 96 na bana and the coordination that you so Kwame the how NDC for your fair say this region obiantimi and cross that change of government here no Kwame we need to find out. And other time I told you say all the business mugus movers and shakers in this country obia oye business bia of this country our Accra.
Oh, so, yeah, that is a fact.
Yes, and they have business.
Headquarters is in our house.
Yes, they have the offshoot in Accra. So, or establishing Kumasi Kwana, Kumasi the headquarters. He has the offshoot in Accra. So, the moment a normal status say, Kwame, a call from pay. And you see, one thing we should not forget is say, Sadia ya ka ho asemi dollar issue ya ka ho asemi. Kwame, ababi obebebian ni 8 years. Your last 8 years, no Kwame. The dollar no it will deceive you, will disappoint you. Your last 8 years the dollar no will disappoint you. What mean chini nyina ho keteke da Kwame where you took it from. It is a move an inch it affect businesses and Kwame you have a problem. I think say that ten account because already be medical can say development development President Kofobe and the Greater Accra. Development John Mahama, President Mahama Beno, Greater Accra. Development Kufuadu Atwapeti at Greater Accra. Eden Olusu Greater Accra. It's about business. Eti no kotadiano today me fani 3 cities. Oba o di bia ba betu so. Ababe shem amebi kura wa triple aba ne profit na triple but on was a sad dollar no tie you or cotade no ebi oko was a sad dollar $20,000 and a come or the aqua outside or buy no normal cosesa dollar ne coso and na minya $30,000 and I'm a diaco me buy no say na $20,000 me toa minya $7,000 profit and I say bia $10,000 profit $20,000 no me buy na say me nya $30,000 me boa na me kokoshim but a big nay what the $20,000 coin no e bia was send a profit of $20,000 but because of say dollar na sesa no kwa me change you
on the point I will make is here no I foresee say idea anko ye for the NPP effective communication okay yes reason no because for instance se wutie Dr. Joseph Obeng Gucha president oh enka ne nanka te say the old boy ye mi kura $10,000 nanka mesesa e mami ebia 1 million Ghana cedis 1 million Ghana cedis ne bi etimi fa ebia 3 containers 40 feet sa 3 what you say and name kita the same $10,000 na ebia e mami 800,000 Ghana cedis enti Womunya breaking and NDC did well with that because every time be no breaking. Womunya breaking it down me to the pana dream say the same sikana or they call na no e mane for container miensa. What you say? Okita the same sikado do na ene aboa no mana for container mienu. That means we free container back. And what it means is that exchange rate ni dey enye. Yeah. Now say nipa ne make those statements the responses are be free the government machinery ne ho abano becomes a challenge. You are unable to defend it, and then egusua to nkrofo adwe musa.
Kwame, watch my video CBB so. A fantastic Let me tell you something. Communication was very poor. But you see, so blame NPP communication now.
No, I'm not blaming communication.
No, we have to. Kwame, we have to. Ubeti me a blame. But sometimes I me feel say, Omo did so what technicalities need too much and they are not interested.
Exactly.
Because still, Kwame, your economy is about purchasing power.
Osike crowd in the image.
Your purchasing power, Kwame BBN Hubim. It is a dollar to be called from 4 cities. Dollar from 4 cities. About 16 cities. 7 pesos. 16 cities. What do you have 16 cities? They make what?
Yeah.
Dollar near 4 cities. No. Satam now you try doctor for 3,000. They make what?
Yeah.
Okay. And a dollar new was 16 cities. You try doctor 105 million. Which is 10,005. So,
and the of salary, no?
Yes, sir. Only say the doctor is benefiting. You get me?
I understand your point.
Coco 4 year Mrs.
Yeah.
I watched Nana Komia was doing a tabulation. I know that me borrow the akasa as so bia oto oyedu cocoa na cocoa no dey business wakra. 2016 2015 cocoa price no ana yedema omo na eto bags of cement 13 bags of cement.
Yeah.
Na entimi to a packet of roofing sheets and entimi to mere figure na kakra. But today cocoa one bag no otonwa etimi to 33 cement bags. So it is a purchasing power. It is not where the economic indicators are going. So what the economic indicators now one communicate this effectively. Kwame obi ante wase.
Exactly.
Because me know twice here. Teacher ni anu oje 700 cedis. 2,000 cedis. Sa 2016 2005 when the dollar was 4 cedis. Today dollar is 16 cedis. Sa teacher ni no watch 40,000 4,000 a bit 5,000 which is 50 million. So it has the purchasing power and a teacher ni no for dollar and a digital. So they are benefiting. A don't form omo ashada orchestrate say yem fa de no fa ni say wo ko fa de no e bia me ko fa de o Kwame Appiah Kubi o me ko fa paper we say me ton papers book we me ko fa no 5 cedis me bara me beton a me de 7 cedis. Okay na me call ye no yesi atoto no mem dollar ninti no ye de age 7 cedis etime me ko fa no 7 cedis no e don phone man na o ye dede no wan fa ni 7 cedis na what they are called be a 9 cedis and when you the profit difference to no back.
So I don't know should come me argument na see here. So on that argument, you know, and I may be say so okay Ghana Statistical Service one month to month food inflation.
Yeah, inflation.
Okay, good. And to say Milo the basic commodities, toiletries, what you say, rice, oil, and then okoye watono ebia 25 cedis. And then I remember some time ago, now we use a very good example, statue spray.
Yes, statue spray.
What you say?
Is it 50 cedis?
And then what 50 cedis?
Yeah.
The month rate of inflation. And then what 50 cedis? And the better abekono, and a week time abekono, you see 55. Okay?
Yeah.
And see, even though within that space of 1 week, ukita or purchasing power no, but okoye no a fall short. It may not be from the government, but because of the exchange rate.
Exchange rate.
Obi also hokrana on cover between the stocks. And yema okoto from the last time to the current time now wo kwakoto niema. On cover niema fufuro bia megu shop di mo. But for the mere fact to say what is dollar cost me so me kofa niema eti no watum. What you say? So the same old stock. And wakwakoto was shop in him. But because the allegations nene ade na corner yentimi nkyeremu ye ma nim to nipa ni
poor communication
eno ana okada no na akwa affect you. So that is it. So the consistency and the rate of inflation on the basic food commodities, beverages, any sani maniema no be kotoni beer, will be kotoni way. I mean, when him said those kind of things really essential commodities are will be when GMO or nom or our home or what you say.
And then my inflation because we had the food basket no, they are consuming much because today say me kasa me koto plasma TV Kwame. Na say plasma TV no na 1,500. Me call the plasma TV called 1,008. How many people do talk plasma TV
on daily basis?
On daily basis, you understand? And me cost rock say, and me shaking the food basket, no. But over the food basket, no, they are consuming the much, especially alcohol. Oko to alcohol more. I mean, you have a problem. Alcohol and start to say cost ra. You get me? As my we can come fantastic. For say, I still have the purchasing power. I buy no minimum wage. Or the amameno, but me told you me pay but me call no do ya tutum de me do me timi told you buy ya tutum psychologically me sick me told me to home me but me say ya tutum no yes Kwame, let me jump to Asante region but before that Kwame said me catch you say ye ka Stronghold. Strongholds are somewhere who analyze here. Still, no conscience in country was say, we bet me a flip it.
Okay.
A routine I catch you say, we should be very careful.
With the Western region,
calling Western region and Bono region as a stronghold of NPP. They are just doing well there consecutively. You understand? Consecutively, because NDC has won vote Western before. They have won Bono before, and even the two Bono no kwa kabomwa. The side in there kwa ahafono. The two Abama NPP and the other side in the Afrocot North, which is the Bono East and the Toma NDC. What come majority in Naboma, Bono Afuni in Naboma? You realize that NPP and Winnie be NDC and Winnie be, but you take the Bono side which NPP are dominating. Ochichemua. But NPP and NDC we need that. You don't term it as a stronghold because NPP winning voter region that irrespective of the BCBR since 92 we need that. They have never won Upper East and West.
Kessben.
They have never won Northern region, Savannah. They have never won Uti. They have never won Western North. They have never won say name them. You understand? So this regions, I can tell you that it is the stronghold of NDC. And then the North East Africa. It is the virgin and just a two election old region. But NPP are taking in now. A year may say a whole NDC NPP stronghold for now. You get me? You take Asante region.
The trends.
Yes, you take Asante region. The NDC vote in Asante region, a doesn't voter region.
Exactly.
But there's no way that you can classify and Asante region as the NDC stronghold because they have never won there. Eastern region, they have won Eastern region before. 92 and 96. But the reason why you say a whole near Eastern region, who say what the tribe in and how NDC are faring there, and you be a term and say the stronghold of NPP, and no crying some way, but Central region, Western region, Ahafo region, Bono region, swing regions, midday. Though when you say, oh, NPP are winning bonus, but oh, yeah, analysis
in a row.
Yes, oh, yeah, analysis now conscious catcher say, Bibi bet me a see because of this and this and this, a bet me a flip it. But me met me a analysis, and we say, NDC bear well. Asante region, but they cannot win Asante region because it's not just stronghold. And today, I say NPP for the only stronghold that they have is Asante region, the whole Ghana, because the Eastern region NDC are winning that. And now her numbers now how NDC keep appreciating in the Eastern region. And now I say one day, one election, it can turn to be like a Bono. Because NDC we need that.
It was so far upper Menya, lower Menya, and all those enclave now, NDC winning all those areas.
Yes.
As I say, crowd almost at Tia Baby Simu, Fantia Kwaside.
Good!
I feel we'll call a year the upper West Attrition, and then the enclaves now. They are winning. They are beginning to win.
It looks promising.
Yes.
It looks promising, say, a bit me, sir.
Yeah.
They make what I say. Then you take Asante region. What the example?
Now, so funny enough, they are okay, yeah, no. Per the record, say, Wahano, Eastern region were 33 constituencies. Now, NDC has been able to capture 10 constituencies out of the 33.
Just imagine. So, you see, Ufa Asante region, there now. Asante region, there. That 4 constituencies now, they are NDC a winner. And then nobody be a back. This is already account here temporary.
Yeah.
You see that because it is not a circle back. You understand? They are a so MPP bit me recover. Almost stronghold. Asante region. Almost 2. No more. Now come to my main case as we see. Now Kabi say 2020 elections. NPP, NDC appreciate.
Yes.
NPP dropping.
Yes, in terms of percentage.
It's a fact. NDC I appreciate it by 2%.
It will be from 22% to 26%.
And NPP also a drop by 4%. And you stated say, Mahama ebedino 2 for no. And normal keka no. And yes, it's a fact. But me share Asante region the way at no. And yet entirely fact. I'm not saying it's a fact.
No, I was making reference
to the fact.
Previous, I'm coming. I was making reference to the previous issues I are discussing. Okay, so I mean, in the first 6 years of the government, development.
And then I make us say, Ojiro 2 for no or chronicle the projects in Asante region. Kwame.
Kessben.
A bemano a certain age.
Okay.
But a less significant because I know during our adequate abekasa. She 2016 equal 2020. Yeko 2020 abano. People took me on ye fene say Asante region. And say maybe NDC ni I'm the only person in NDC. I'm what Kessben set up. Cause that time no a branded Kessben as the NDC NPP station. And the thing say me NDC ni Kwame. Me can we say Nana do dan Kufuado.
Yeah.
Ye ko 2020 elections no. E die Nana obetimi de ne sat see the book akase. Me buy Asante region. Me buy Ghana no. Sorry, be president. Sa 1 million vote na work no. Asante region vote na. We sa 1 million no kwa to nche ya. Kwame, de dasunitimi etimi drone NDC vote no.
Yeah.
Eya die na betimi akase okay Asante region vote and a man be president. Enunti no maye we say dia mom. Eti fanesi e koto aba no 2020 na Kufuado lusu ya. Aka no woni bibia wa Asante region betimi de sense so ade aka.
Exactly the point.
Yes, ye ka asem no Kwame. Enkofo te ase ehun se eye no kre.
Yeah, and the agitation
yes.
No start.
So ho and ye nto aba na start. Ye nto aba na start ene yo. E start 2020. Ye nto aba. And all man shall want someone can son about
this.
Yes, not me Kwame. Ufa Kumasi and cry. Obia or Ghana have been say if it since Ashanti independence in 1935, Ghana independence in 1957. The rivalry between Kumasi and Accra has been with us.
Kessben.
Okay.
Obia you cannot take any other regional capital. Now they never compare Accra. Kwame.
Yeah.
The rivalry between
compare Kumasi.
Kumasi. And the Kumasi people throw Accra people. And Accra people throw Kumasi people.
Yeah.
That is one. So when we take the population wiser, in our population just a little. Even Asante region lead the population in this country for 50 years. And said that the Greater Accra ever overtaken the most recent Ghana Statistical Service housing and population census. So and a court translated into the registration. So Kwame, lucky for you as a political party, you have Asante region as your stronghold.
Yeah.
Imagine say Asante region quite swing region and can add this NPP be with power. Opa your calculation. I'm telling you. Kwame.
Yeah.
Say Asante region and your swing region. There's no way NPP bet me win election in this country. But Asante region, lucky for you.
Strong
political party, region what are your regional capital when it comes to population wise? Lucky for you, ababa your stronghold. Adena, then you deprive such a region of development. Imagine, Kwame. That is the problem. And then banya cause say nani enra say enkofo nuomo ho afede enkofo edi enkofo ko edomu a akra ba bi aye din Kwame akra ye din akra ye din omo ma ye din na Kwame 6 million people no as 8 million people omo akoto aba no I can tell you say omo tu kwan wo ho they said the statistics are na me di tu bia no omo tu kwan wo ho omo free mu wo ho but the majority of them were NPP people. Yes, majority of them are NPP people. People. Because you, what do you mean by a regional? Oma your president.
Yeah.
A regional Oma win power. Now one question bo.
So no make no say what 8 years. 8 years nana. What you 6 years. O last 2 years na akano. Afen na bose bi asese ye no. Wodi humri katente ye de. Enfa Kwame. How? Tienye. Oko promise 5 interchanges. Exactly.
E wa Asante region. 5 interchanges now promise ye no. One year now 5 interchanges no Asante region because of power sake say omo na ba baby abamu eti be beautify Asante region. Kwame ne sao they need it. Because the traffic count from Araga Junction, Mr. Isibuati anymore. Wow, Papa.
Yeah.
Dr. Isibuati anymore. Ekoko si etuso. Kwame eye hectic. Edua no pa kofu ye late. Kofu nam kwa ho. Look at the traffic. So the Araga interchange na Kwame edaho from President Kofu time on the Alliance Française for a contract no. Kwame agreement no. Edaho no. No one be yes say the be say kumase but they need it. It is sad any she free gym. Now be promises say obaba ye. Wo promise jai eyi obi ade na wan ye Amraga interchange ye hu ni say wo ye nungu ade Kwame obi free kumase ba no be hu nungu ade no na ye trole na edi tiram di card show say there's a rivalry on social media fitete omionu na omo trole omo and the social media buy omo deba it is oba no oba be hu nungwa interchange koso what promise Amraga wonya ya kwa obeto abetia so oba no so be hu say swami interchange what promise bu Santas roundabout unyanye ba be buy flower pot de no ho kwa me who see covid sikanu ho but when you be ye baby dia anya me had no so problem baba.
All right, hold on for me. That Memfa Ato Kwame Namra. Ato Maakye.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Na eje say.
How do you know? No you pronounce way.
Radio don't mention me ho ya. No pay for na original wo Kumase.
How do you know? Abram no ka say dey me Jan Sergeant I war in share so about to be so.
Boy,
I want me no ka say this here.
Boy enkomo.
You already know me that say say this here me no ka say dey o pe bia I want a dead in part say emusie ya Mr. Santimante mo so e ka ho ni nyina ne say the name say MPP amanyoko no almost Stronghold pa Santimante me ano nanka omo hwehwe nka bi nka troba ni wie nanka MPP amanyoko ndinku ni ma nka enim jubilation ahodo a ekoso e Santimante me ya na so ankobasa troba ni wie ya sisan ya nditi amanyoko no edinku ni mu no obo se nipa kakra bi na abochenko a na chese omo ye omo ji omani enu efiti baby to say kutri edi bani na no enwumre no na kwamo nyina aye ma amanfo eji omani pa na titiri ma so de bia so abato besia so na enimpa so adwoma nipa na ordina wa bla amafo adwoma ni nya kwan eno mo di nkomo ba ko yenu buso mo se edi enti na omo eji omanisa na de obi abeka nyina ne se asotwe a omo de ma MPP amanyoko no asotwe na ebi ne de yan ade omo kanya ne se omo hwe impuntudwuma Asante mantemu ya na ikasenka omo de ma Asante mantemu ha omo reject Asante region na omo de omo ni de kire empeso bi so ayantu aba emfa mo omo na so no mutumi ye over here interchange ahodo ho ani impuntudwuma ho a Asante mantemu ya de omo anya se impuntudwuma ni bi wa ha de je se ehun nya se omo a wodi MPP amanyoko na ekọ power no omo tumi aso omo so nti eno ntina motu aba na editi omo na ebi so a ye ne omo di nkomo mo kan na se Mr. Speaker obahwa se ye ba se ye beyi emna shebedefo e peso bi aso a omo se emna shebedwe no akoto TV no akoto fridge no akoto enema hodo a o de che delegate for no o wi no asan mo musika e de aka ho na timamufo no HSS delegate e be kwa gisika na watu aba e de yi ni baba ko se nimpa no se san ko to ba se nitimba na wasan ko di la so ko to ba da masa nimpa na dia enya dia abato no eno so 25 factor no so ya dia eno so nam so aka ho e bitama nyoko no etumi elusu because of say baby o wa me ko bi ya na nimpa no yes here man 100 Ghana cedis ama na ko to ba no wo say 100 cedis no eso enya dia obeje ya me 200 Ghana cedis wo say wonye 200 cedis ni eso if say delegate eji 5000 eji 10000
omo di ano ana
yes baby I'm just going to menimo sika e de mani pa ni tifie na ye ko so mo to aba wo say delegate akwaje 10000 aje fridge aje TV adi aka wodi ya ono so jiska ansa na akwa to aba no ye man 100 cedis for there bi 200 there bi 300 Ghana cedis ansa na nimpa na jiska no mo akwa na kemu aba beto aba no the speaker ala wesemo ansa enimpa no wo se won ida ya mani ska na onye enti bi the speaker sa de we nyina ye nema edu ba bi ne kete nimpa no ska na amanyoko ni bi etuatua da ma enimpa bi se mo beto aba no increase because of say delegate for jiska gasie se delegate for jiska dia ono so jiska ansa na obeto aba no dia masa ne ma shabedwene no ene eye amanyoko no omo jiska ansa no beto enti eno so ya dia eko etia omo ena de na bi so e kan se eye mputudwuma Asante mantemu ya no omo dani omani e de kire he ena eno so nam so a omo so to aba de etia eye MPP amanyoko no ene ba akoso ene se the speaker obehwe a MPP campaign bia no omo baasi enimpa e de free emiamia bi no mo be hia mpenifo no mo mpenifo na se ba me na ba no makasa no masan e do mu nyina akọ e ba so be hia so a no ma baasi nimpa free emiamia bi no be hia won hia so na one o makasa na omo sangofo no esan akọ na so wo hwe eye NDC amanyoko no campaign on be Asante mantemu na ba kokoro ni wa mo ye ne kuromu onimyamfo donse ese dum kati aba Asante mantemu no okoba bi te se edujama wo hwe wa no south east wo hwe o mo lusu eye this the first time eye MPP amanyoko no atumi elusu o mo seat wo e de ama NDC fo onimyamfo e ba ye no wa nkoro jama township mu okoni nkwasi nyina no mu nyina ko di nkomo edda o mo ni so de hu wa abro mo bayi enema mo betumi aye de aboa eye nkwasefo no o mo kwada mo ni so de hu ade kire mo na so wa ben na poko no ni abasi ni mpa fremiamia bi abechi o mo wo ekoni fifi na pa kasa kire o mo enti o mo kampe mbe ye no mo de konkwasi nkwade ka mo ni so de hu no ade kire eye ade hye o nkwasi e mo hu se se ye pemputudwuma dia eye NDC amanyoko no na ye mputudwuma na nye MPP amanyoko no efise o hwe Asante mantemu ma dano machi dia ma eye NDC MPP amanyoko no NDC amanyoko no so e ba se mputudwuma eye NDC na ye minya anapai ye ne adehye wa se ni bi eni hwenkomo ne embusi omo so omadwene ne sei eni pa ehia me ensem omo ka kire me nie ye no omo so ni komo ne embusi omo sei omo so die enti na nam so a omo nkoto ba ne because eye nim gu ase pa hwe imagine eye NDC amanyoko no etumi nya na Asante mantemu ya pa de am tesiga anu wade pa ndi no mu ni komo ne embusi omo akoba ne sei na batuo no omo so ankoto omo mo hia me ensem omo kan no ebi ni ebinya mo kwa ba edo ba Kessben afidie so
Joseminia
your share sentiment me when mukura bi pema ne ko no abato no efiti ana pari na no enya de mukoto abano wo hwa de enti na muso amoso man koto abano
oh yes me da city me ya tana na odu sapon me was star junction festival na we chairman ho me de mu say ade bebe na si kwan ya nipa ko dan koto aba bebe complain ke say Asante region no MPP no yenye kraye so omo ba power ase no mo yi mo nye pie so no mo ye futu mo ba bi a mo nto abanye de enfa ma MPP manyoko no nta bi ama di ho ya wo say ya na ye kra party no ma party ba power na so ase futu ma de aboye na he bibia na enkan iba na enkan so nka fo so nto ba ma MPP ayan kan na mo kwa na nwa mem also why then ya wo NDC e ba sa no na Asante fo ye di ya wo say kra party but akoma ni Asante region na efujuma bia o family ne nta bia no mo ye bibi wa yi ko so sha anti people so mbesi ke Dubai e ono mo de campaign di tia Asante region anti people na me bibi ama mo wo ke Dubai o mo de campaign ya de na so ye ka say ai anti people ya ma Asante region big campaign ye ye binka e de nte se basa e ne best say mo hwe se bia before na sheni pamuno ama ye to aba empama MPP na ma ye ko usisi no open for class na mo tina de bi ho na o mo tina de aye ama o kire bi no e bi sa ye de sigil enti mi de na ade sheni pa bufo ama ye de o man ko to aba no
okay how do you know
yes also
obi so de no enti ene oba ma me ma so why ne
I want to talk for that young fancy why
but you how do you know that say enti ana almost wa kan wa jira so that say.
All right, I told Kwame na and no 30 minutes after 10. I remember. Yen try your hona yen ya boa from Krato Emra ye come back. Yabeto so na yen wedding come on. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this one.
Dimafo, Pokwase Maira Accra. Dimafo, Pokwase Maira Accra.
Dimafo heba clinic aba Accra.
Ani o wontie. Passengers egumi kai mu. Ehwa na dodo na ekro.
Ene sa Accra ne botem ye demo.
Ani ye demo ampa. De say de edutwam Atlantic International University, America memu. Abo Dr. Dujamfi Babaso honorary degree as a professor in biology in herbal medicine. It is said de ayaresa no aye more. Oh, missing minim wife ye kopa wo. 1 year 1 cedi. Nyin se ne beto mu ansa na ye TS ka no. Nso mi connection na encheda nkoye na esakakra. Ti say wa page mu amahode ambam.
Connection ne mu de we.
Obo we ba de kra. Stroke nso de wo fan small. Chese agidi wo wu ani de asie no. Yare bia etatia e wo Dr. Tamda so endi so. Diabetes, hepatitis B, prostate, hypertension, malaria. Yare bia. Kumasi say
owo agogo opposite government school no.
Ena nkra so obepiem e wo Pokuase Mayira kwan no so. Free doctor 0244 774 282.
Ena 0500-727215.
Midimbafu Herbal Clinic.
Wudimafo ne hwa. Mira, na de na ofrejuma ba ya se waye bosanse. E di asemwa.
Bi ne hwe mafo kwa na ekwo wo mo animu. Bosia kra mi pedia me de abobra so a. Menya bi.
Ene yesre. Eclipse Collateral Management for Abamaye. Waye prime brokerage service. Na no se de etienie. So we japade na wo ho nkrata. Wotumi de nkrata ne beja Eclipse Collateral Management. Na so bi so we japade ebia na ne nkrata no animu ano. Na ope bosia. Ye de wo nkrata ne yensi achi ba manipa no ejibosia etua ehon faso ma wo ankrata ne ye wo de ni di free
ne se woni akura ntie
emane ha okra esanse wono so wo ajapade a wo de ba yenti no eno na bank de beton gwabra won kwo wo de ne ho kra
na kire sa men krata da dem no ebetumi ama menya sika wo bra majapade no ehon nka
sapepepe wo be hu Eclipse Collateral Management e wa Denta Pantai Junction at Denta new site wa 0543832466. Eclipse Collateral Management. Think safety and decent income.
Hey. When we send your police in your draw, impossible Mr. Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow. Any offense will be count.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Yamusa Moya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum impossible Mr. A Peja immune system Nabribia. Ya Yantimu. Say, dear, a man for the one, the impossible Mr. Don't know what dance yes say, and Yarwa will run Nipa and Yina Etimi Banaso. enna womumpo a omuwanyarewa ne dada no omunum doctor enro no enum imbusaba mesa no a emomo ahoden pintin ya womuntimpo se yare ase omu ho imbusaba mesa ewo kansi eni omaimu babia yeto enro atufo mfre 0246 208496 FDA ahihye se adwade nkrato yi magye atomu se ye.
This is 92.9, the radio station that other radio stations listen to.
Hey, Bema, said the levels don't change. Freshness ne kunsano. Bema, me who am a mania J. Hey, send unemployment and my young Bemo. Aze, Orokodo. Inche Mary mo top up no Kessben University College. My honor internship at school need ma minty. Many highly practical working experience. Papa wabwam for a great job placement. Mataya. Mubwe Juma Kessben University College dear. Some Kameshrew. Say for the best tertiary education. Look no further. Choose KUC. Say Cradie. Yasis Samukra. Aside our main campus, a walk continency off Lake Bosomitri Road, no. Also the ultra modern city campus with state-of-the-art facilities. Abekamo. Yes, city campus, no. A doom Kumase. Na enona ama part-time. Any weekend school addition at the aya kona keke. Wow, Kessben University College aya accessible, affordable, and incredible. Inti CCRD, irrespective of your work schedule. Iribwejuman na CCRD. Kessben University College admit students into their various degree, diploma, and certificate programs. BSc Business Administration with options in accounting, banking and finance, marketing, human resource management, BSc Information and Communication Technology, Diploma in Business Administration, Diploma in Information Technology, Diploma in Media and Communication, Sawukra Wasi, Ana SSC, aggregate 30 or better. Ubetimi apply. Your top up programs who are the HND, any diploma holders. Once 1 year bro 25 years, Ubetimi apply as a mature student. Now ya this young man so dear, you were regular, part-time and a weekend school. Kessben University College, affiliated to Kwame Appiah University of Science and Technology, and to KNUST certificate, and 1 year dema war, the National Accreditation Board, and so at GNATUM. Application forms for admission may be obtained from the following places at 50 Ghana cedis for Ghanaian applicants and $50 for foreign applicants. KUC Main Campus, Continency, KUC City Campus, Adum Kumasi, and now multi-credits in Krobatabia and Ghana Fana Babia. You can also download the application form from our website kc.edu.gh. For further information, call us 0501 6373 83 and now say 0264 170475. Kessben University College. Education for development.
Man, one corner. When did you wait? Yes, baby, woman.
I saw him. Every run, I saw him say insurance and Metimako.
Oh, sir.
Nanka.
Wow.
Said your woman say, Mirror insurance and when you'll be a man answer or when what's happening for more.
I'm Paddy.
And I know no beautiful for be Chamia Seda insurance broker said you can you.
Oh, sir.
Hey, when we are brokers in tea, so be boo fast, we your customer and quando be boo fast. For one crata semina brewomo. Claims your bedginning in armor. Almost any insurance companies P na yet juma. If we say only brokers, as the insurance brokers, extra coin. Fadia was our young. Sick a GPN for one crata summer for claims and winning. Facumo with the yard say, we are on customer. Effie, only life and non-life policy. A be a universal life policy. Education and pension providers. Moto, fire, theft, any comprehensive. A year you are once say, near Quensia Nemo.
Hey, Nazian, what you want to Musano? Nano Guano,
sign your bed bond, performance, any advanced mobilization bond, any I would do P. Mira.
That's Ramity. At the Panetono. Chiramequino, I mean, for Hong Kong, check me how far.
As Seda insurance brokers will Kumasia Dumasada House, first floor. Our numbers A0242 850204 0542 815801 and 0546 170802. And crying so Ubehunu as Seda Insurance Brokerage Limited, our Kessben Twin Towers Circle. Yabe Vodafone, Betimia Freyen on 020-0080-969. As Seda Insurance Brokers.
Ejumanesi.
No.
Jumayefue, me mama jumajumo na mu business tete saying.
Bra, me business kwa na ekofo.
So wan ko multi credit.
Dabi, ma ko multi credit.
Me nso makwaje bosia ma na ya me ka o. Me twa susu se me de kwa kotua. Me kwaya. Hwedo befo a ye de ato office no mu chese omudi me sika na twane o.
So wan ko multi credit.
Ane, man ko multi credit.
Me nioma abegu port. Ma ya me nya sika nkoyi. Deadline na twam ama abide ne nsa ato nioma yi so. Sheka amabo.
So wan ko multi credit.
No credit, man ko multi credit.
Emum adwadifo bia so den. Se mo ko multi credit ya. Enka nya to mu nyina entom. Me be kire mu ne multi credit to me yes. Woni ama begu port. Na woni account multi credit kura na be bo mama ne ya. Wo be uni ama na ma. Multi say for 20 days to susu. 20 days na chi no. Ye obenya bia ye bon ma bosia.
Enu bi na adwadifo hima akoye ya. Ena ne suto na bom ma bi no. Kane no. Na ne suto no. Emu ye hwe ni na nso ode no ho bom multi credit no. Enne ye ka adwadifo a. Ono nso frɛ no ho adwadifo hima. Multi credit.
Where bank adwuma bia, savings, current accounts, Vigo, MoneyGram, eSwitch, and MTN mobile money. Bank of Ghana multi credit to me credit and when you know Ghana be bia be ko bia. Fre 03220374118. Someone come multi.
Na ye ni muntra.
Hey, I didn't take you, baby. I did. To where your papa, man, no, me tell you 2 minutes. No, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, man. Oh, 2 minutes. Oh, come here.
I want for dear Naba. A dear Naba no pay ya. Or Betty be metiem na will come you no come. A dear, Obekunkumu. Nancy better no ba way, no way nam hana way nam ha. A dear some day if you ha. Wait na Maakye must say. A drew me menda and opa a bonon song a cobonon chrono. For radio no fato Kessben 92.9 FM. Metre 7 to 9 a.m. Netie me orire me ne ma pamfo ne enchechem aware no munsam ene niema ebema efie ha edimu hia me orire e wo Kessben 92.9 FM na ye nyina ye mbom na ye ndwendwen efie ho ensem.
This is 92.9. 92.9 This is 92.9 the more variety.
Perfect.
92.9. 92.9 the radio station that other radio stations listen to.
I mean, now it's 25 minutes after 10. This is Kessben 92.9, Kessben 93.3, Kessben TV live across the country, and Asante TV. So Anna Oshi and Ope. We are live on Facebook, and keep coming in with your messages now. Sooner than later, we are told, sir, Electoral Commission ABTME declare the final result for the presidential election for 2024, and we await that big announcement by the Electoral Commission chairperson Jane Mensah, the national returning officer for presidential elections in Ghana. Na yafese saying na nini ano ebetimi akwakosi. Now again, we are told, say, after that declaration, Ora John Dramani Mahama, the former president and now president elect, Nisa, Wanonso Ebetimi Ashese, wɔde n'ano di nsɛm nyinaa no ebetumi atodwa na Africana fo nyinaa nso etie now Richard call my Sunday ade the amount mahu sɛ circulate ye pa the 120 days in office of John Dramani Mahama. There are some promises what they admire. You be projected to see the amount. Now you track it. Now you share some of the promises John Dramani Mahama made. Say what to me a winner within the first 120 days. You know, to me I execute it, and then you get to have a fair idea of what to expect in office. President Mahama take office from a year. January 7, 2025, Konoa. Now, once you to me, Eddie, when he Eddie, they be antinase. I'm very needy because I am big man. How much? You know, I'd say, Boko, I'm saying, Yamia Dumo. And I pay homes and Bobo Bonia, maybe so. Figures, you know, oh, yes, figures now, church and even some solid interviews being so here to bring our listeners and viewers some. Accurate and solid information. I mean, we are known for that. I mean, when it comes to Kessben, we don't mince words. We deliver as it is. So as we promise. Yes, that's good so far. And go for monitor you now. For some monitor, the can no more companies no more coca. Almost recorded tour. Now almost so the own program. We set the pace. And you didn't be whom I didn't project no I know the phone the trainer or buy anything I got to about the other. Internet the man and then the tablet in the buy. Right. Oh, but I mean it's fine. We are all brothers and sisters serving our country. Now, I mean, trends, you know, and right now I will draw my attention, say, Makoko Junior. Yes, I mean, later, I may say, I heard him speak about it. Problems in the buy they can't declare without him. They don't have any power. But at the end of the day, this morning we are hearing that we'll lose. So the surprises keep coming. I mean, we thought they were over. But recent ones but latest ones but it's showing that they are more, and it's like you were saying yesterday, it's going to the government side. I mean the people in power. We don't hear much from the NDC side because look, their main people are still there. They're strong, and new ones are rather coming in. And the interesting, if you look at the dynamics, very, very interesting because. I mean, look, these are big wigs of the NPP. Then you see some small fish from the NDC who is unknown people and they kick them. It tells you what the people thought in this elections. I mean, they had thought over time, over the month before the elections, prior to elections, what their thoughts were. And Ghanaians are very interesting. We have to study Ghanaians. Actually, we have to. This is a test case for all of us. A good research. I'm telling you, a good case study to learn about Ghanaians. They are watching you. Oh yeah, you are doing this. Yeah, they are, but they've taken a decision already. And funny enough, wouldn't be here. Rallies yes. I wouldn't street so it is possible. They take their t-shirt, party t-shirt, they take everything, they take the monies, everything. But the decision probably were made some 5-6 months ago. But they will go with you. So we need to study Ghanaians. And these elections have taught us a lot, especially the parliamentary election. Is a historic outcome which we have to take notice of. Yeah. Now, Thursday, no funny enough, could you go down the video beach there? And what I mean, who said no? I mean, a lot of people are more. Eddie Dr. will be deceived. So you know, say Thursday, last week Thursday, and parties in wrap up their campaign with the biggest rally. Last rally. And then there was a Joy News reporter, all reporting or person will engage the crowd, people within the crowd. One more way to say, I mean, one more party for business platform. Then in a very jubilant mood, you know, there was one lady I want to interview now. I mean, Nenia J was sour shed Dr. Maumia t-shirt at the NPP campaign rally grounds. Okay, and I was saying, lady Nibiza, I said, so who are you choosing? What makes you believe that Dr. Baumia is winning? No, I said, Do you want me to tell you the truth? Sincerely, do you want to know who I'm really going to vote for? Then the reporter said yes. Then funny enough, the lady started turning left, right, center, watching to see say will be or share whilst the interview is happening.
Yeah.
Then she draws closer to the Joy News report. I mean, the video is circulated everywhere.
Okay.
Or draw closer, no. Anna Opeja Dr. Baumia t-shirt a shannon. Beneath Dr. Baumia t-shirt, I wash our digina NPP rally as in John Mahama dear Shasi.
Wow.
I was shocked.
Yeah.
And on the NPP for the one now for they were all jubilating. Yeah. The reporter herself was shocked as much as me.
Exactly. And then I make us a look. Our.
I'll be producer. Say you will be break crowd high. Okay. A lot of areas.
Yes.
So my question is that why?
I mean, anything I make us say. Look, is it a case that it's high time say parties will really find out from the individuals? I don't know how possible that would be. We should have Musa Dankwa was there. I would have asked him about it. Whether there should be something the party should be doing to find out from individuals what exactly do we want, what exactly it is that we want the government to do, what exactly it is, and I think it behoves on the parties or whoever is in power to check. Then because look, for me, like I said, this election.
So look at this. When the shows is here.
Yes.
For example, at somebody.
I think this happens. This is a circle. I think
yes, this is a circle. Yes. They engaging the reporter. They engaging. No. Was Kennedy T-shirt. T-shirt. A Kennedy picture. They there anymore. But beneath the T-shirt, what do you mean? So
what is urging him to go follow this party, whilst you know very well, say. So you see, and I think the parties too should learn. The enticement, inducement, and things they give to the people, they fall in love with them. But truly, the man wants something else. So it's high time you find out exactly Ghanaians ankasa. Because I can tell you, the NPP this time, I don't know what they didn't see it. They didn't see it coming. Some people have made their decisions already. No, the big rallies, the things, they will be there. But the decisions were made some 2, 3, 4 months ago, prior to elections, and it's so for me. This I have to do this some research about this recent elections. Seriously.
34 minutes after 10, the higher Kessben 92.9. But for me, what I feel is that Nana Frimpong, your drum pempen so in our politics, our home. As I say, a kind of Christian neighbor. What you say? A drew baby. Ghana for him penna derby. What you say? I feel said to a far extent the NPP was over defensive. Okay. COVID-19 it was overrated. The justification, yes, we know say COVID no had a lot of implications, but it is part of the reason why Nanado it me winning in the second term. Because Ghana for Enya that kind of sympathy. Mo explain it mono Nana what you say a 25 dream momo digina so to abade ye.
But beyond that
in 2020. But beyond that,
yes.
I mean, I feel say it was far overstretched. Say oka economy ne ho asema. Yes, COVID-19 by Russia-Ukraine war. No more the so abebata. I felt say the posture no Nana should have been to say the debia and African point ye. Yen say yes, you can say to say the for ye. But a near money binti ye best. What you say?
Yes.
Ye gusu a ye de ye yen to say and near money in ano was still fall in place.
Yeah, admit to say, look.
Yeah, admit it.
Yes, although COVID about high and kakra, but beyond that, some things went wrong somewhere. We'll be correcting.
Exactly.
We have to be playing to the people.
Exactly. And then the other months, I mean, how party for Ghana for Kajoso Yempeke no Furiata. Sesano. Bribeni Sesano.
At the 11th hour.
Okay. My main call for North Emra. Me banko we are very important here, Medi. Now we are told so Finson North. Basa kakra SC ho. My main call na me reporter ho any komo. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, senior.
Acapella, it is saying.
Nakopa no mo na aso e.
Erade adome so me ho ye. Boy en commode na si wo fin so.
Me da say office of capital.
Kessben.
Akomadan. Akomadan oba ha no ma, ye to aba no ma no kwasu mu. Na de ne say oba Dr. Feche Asamoah, ona CTVet. O e Director General e wo Ghana. Yakopon ya do ma office of fofu ni mobo. Ana so mo do no e to aba no di e de ma no. E ma no BT vote no 1,640 votes. Na eno no pa e collation center honom no. Basa kakra esi wo honom. E ma ne car o mo say no e ma ne mebi ko so. E na no pe ye wo hanom a na te say 30 bi aba a wo ba beche. E di ama office no ye akuafo. Oba akoma na ye fe ba bi akoma na zongu. O mo ba ene say o makọ baby e for cooperative no chese baby a fet ni yede e wo no e na zongo fo na be no mo bebu fet ni nya de o ma ba na aba so ntini fet ni o mo dia o mo ba be fa e na MPP fo no so o mo nti ase enye DC fo dia basa si entokwa ko so ase kan twetwe e kan se ma bo ko so eni fa menu afamu ahwere o mo nkwa a me no ka sei e wo face no ba ko so me no ka sei de ye de se kan awọ na ma na nsu apie na aba akoma na ye fe da bi akoma na nkremom e honum na sa de ni siye e ma konkoma ni ba ko o makuno konkoma fo no so mo ntia se da nso mo sika na se bia o mo so afro mo nko fa mo so aba e ma minu ka so mo ni fulu ni fo no so dia bom ba nyakopani mi no kwemi e na mo se me pe mo azem timi de ma pe ba bi akudom mo agua ba se si ade ekoso ne die
Kessben
ini me ekoso bet na hu se police for ne soldiers for ne din kai da ba wo na ma me nchire mu ye nipa na okumu obi no o de se kan twa obi no onu nu gane ekowura afie bi mu ena obi nso awo o ye be ma ne babo ne bo be two weeks ni entu opie abebisa ade de na ekoso enom de ababo ni tirim me di video ni be sende mo na mo de ato am obi ahu won se bibi se nda ko inu ye twa video anya very careful obaba ko no twa video ma je no fun ase no enti me so mi ense training enti no menim de we si twa video ni enti menya na ka betu mo si ni pa wu the top ni ye yellow no se jeans black e wa akoma na kremum asole ya flame CAC Christ Apostolic Church lechi e na sa de ne course wo enti de ko ba ne se onu pie ba bi sa se de na ekoso eno bi de ababo no ne nipa no kokodi nsembone no ekuru afie bi mu okuru afie yeso akohyesi ni so police ni no kwa akwache no waka police ni nsa enti police ni pie na nipa no okuru afie ni so nkrofo no ba no ade aso ye ne so protect no to ma woni suit eno mo ko ma chi no mo jaye eno nya ni 3D mu eno pie ba bi no koye be nipa no to su menu no wawu ni de no krenie se wo NPP na na so NDC ni de miminin baba akoma na na office no entoko digidi me mum nyakopon chaade be bia memete no mete kwa we fe be bi kwa mo no so just for the car ba betwum sisi a e ko ho no
Kessben
enti enya nwanwa se e bi akoma na careful besi ana so so more security no e tight e wa akoma dan especially be bi for no nkremum e de ko be bi English Arabic and after the be a from say English Arabic and there be a from say Malcolm sorry you can't say Bruni Krum
okay
then take us make us a Bruni Krum say Tamajo you can't say former president JJ Betranasono obesisi na mu hono me for residential area to ma can say Bruni Krum now say JJ we Bruni ntino oya kokunjo mo say Bruni Krum
okay
ona mno ka say it is alleged the word it is alleged and to kwano course of bet me no sisi and by so far there offense no of akoma that particularly ni pemenu afiri mu na de ba ko ya ne say Dr. Fecha Samono no we na ba no onye basa ena opponent party NDC no Dr. I can say Sizo Fuso champion onso nya basa ba minimum de ko fa so e ba yin tira o mo ka se fet no mo ba beche no ade aba na aba sun to mo ba be yin set nda The woman MP one of my friend Dr. Features and my CTV director no. Oma bro and police station collision center on them. The cars, Oma says CB. But on was here Hano, or facing off Edunti. And we
okay.
Then you can say, the person mentioning some baby because more baby na maybe na mate. They made him a sort to for my mate and say, Kokubun Sam, a model francho. Last 4 years, Oba independent. Wakan who been no best support to Dr. Feature Samoa. But I say Dr. Feature Samano Kokopibu no farmano. And of course support to NDC Nino. And a year called Honorable Collins in team, former Deputy Minister of Local Government. One on a year MP or TCC because the two Abanama one only naturally him. And to me, is one only year MPCCA.
Yes, you want to talk for that young fancy. Why not? Me for
and to not offend say, yes, so Collins in team no support to NDC, you know. And also hooliganism it is alleged. The word it is alleged. Okay. That's what I say.
Mamina was in Amin Faunsi, Bibiani about BM. Why? Now, Yabe. All right, into official north, and no, not yet. Right now, information coming in say, Oko a year, the Tamale South constituency, Lameshigu, say, ye Kase free and no abisin there. We are told, say, police station, Wohono. There's been several attacks on the police station. And it may show a year footage is in be at the amount surely a year Lameshigu na wetime ehon. And the awoshes is here no a year Tamale South, one of the electoral areas your friend no Lameshigu and awoshes is here no proceed daya woho nyina and near me woman no people are destroying it, the civilians.
And fixed it.
And that is what is happening. A year Tamale South. Lameshigu. Tamale South, Harry Adushu, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that is a year the constituency, I don't know. But it's quite unfortunate. I mean, Sanyama Wayne must not happen. I don't really know what will might have caused the problem, but I mean, definitely, and you when you share, you say, and the ocean or a year, Tamale South. Now, who goes to our Casa and Sana make call lines in the show? I mean, you're not.
Yeah, you're not may come about. I mean, the mindset of the Ghanaian. Over the years, we've learned a lot, we've known a lot, and we've come of age in terms of elections in this country. So, Osha, I mean, you say, we are the beacon of African democracy, and I believe that. So we've grown. We've assessed the politician. We know the movement of the politician. We know the movement of government in power, what they have to do and what they don't have to do. We've learned it. It's about convincing the Ghanaian voter. It has to take a different strategy and a different dimension.
Okay.
Because from this election, for me, if I were a politician, seriously, I would sit back and look at the trend of voting, the pattern, what has come out at the end of the day, and tell myself, going forward or moving on, I have to strategize when I'm telling the voter what exactly I want to do for him or her. So it is so surprising, the outcome of this election, and it is a great lesson for all the politicians, not those who have lost alone, but even those who have come into power now, who will be sworn in from the 7th of next month. They have to learn a lot of lessons from this elections, seriously. And I think it's good for our democracy. It's good as well for all the political parties, and it will be good for whichever government will be in power.
Very well. Now, a lot of people are here at Kasa. Now, yeah, they started Kasa, I cried, I checked the African Pong, and how doing, and how so. Now, it wouldn't be on social media. Hashtag Operation Clean Up NPP. I don't know hashtag as I say, air trend they say, yeah, Kasa. Operation hashtag. I say hashtag Operation Clean Up NPP. And air trend this is here. Now, Minu aba akwa chiro sisi ya. Also let's bring back the party. Let's bring the party back from Dankwa and Dieben to the headquarters. Na Kozia, and Yama Bibri sisi ya. I just don't get it. So your party headquarters.
Dankwa Institute.
There's a party headquarters of the New Patriotic Party. It was slammed down her. Dr. Bawumia, was the private office, the campaign office. Was your friend is saying, Reggie Hassage, okay? Alisa Hotel Enclave in Muho. Then, ye party headquarters, no? At the Asante. Over Greater Accra, has a party no original headquarters. Yeah. Was Joe Lukwan issue. Yeah. 1 more year, no, the Asante. Headquarters no dey sin chain Dr. Bawumia campaign office no dey sin chain dey wo your friend is enraged no afei dey you see akobie campaign office foforo wo jowulu ho dey ekoye bibia wo enti from your friend is say slam down ha he say dey akobie jowulu ho no dey na ye wo ho a o ho na flag bearer beba enti your party general secretary kra ese wotena party headquarters now what address your party? I say bra home na bra bekasa. So there was no clear distinction between the operation of the office of the flag bearer and then the party's own operations. And now woman so wow. And what actually transpired was that the people are managing Dr. Bawumia private office and then the campaign. No, okay, they were the ones dictating the pace for the party, extra party, know what to do.
Wow.
And I mean, if there's something cannot yes.
Yeah.
And the baby omo set it up, baby enra. Justin Frimpo could be a press conference, you know, a party headquarters.
The no.
And run the
Kokomlemle there.
Slam down there. Yes. But even before that, previous press conferences are not miracles Abuaji Union was from the
other side.
The other side, which is the Ojo no. So why create the para offices? One party, Mukita offices, bed 3 or 4. And I'm going to call into this election. If you are saying Dr. Bawumia, Babe money, I mean, the concession speech near there. Ojina fear no yeah. So what became of office now? Muko criteria. What you say? So I mean, campaign office then is saying your party headquarters say wo ho na your friend is say manifesto committee enya ho na motena ye modjuma ho na motena ye wo modjuma ye bibia. So what is the meaning of campaign office? And wo your friend is say office of Dr. Bawumia Nkasa, the private office. All this one anke nim say wo mo a part of the campaign planning and then the bibia ho no wo mo. Okay, I think all of a sudden you say you wojowulu. I don't get it.
No.
Huh? I don't get it.
Yeah, it's true, Kwame.
Political strategy, anything. Research men go into that strategy. NDC did not create any para offices. John Mahama office, private office, Olusu election in a cantonment, that is the office.
Yeah.
Collation Center, it was at the party headquarters. John Mahama moved from his office, came to the party headquarters to see how I know quality results. And now you video now. Baby, as a major press conference, it was the same party office, so he could clearly stand before screens and now watch say per their data, and this is how much they've gotten in terms of votes. And that was the party's headquarters.
Yeah.
And to the creation of para offices. I don't know strategy, man. Now remember. Yeah. I don't know strategy, man. And how did that contribute to vote?
Yeah, it doesn't really.
A contribute.
It doesn't really work in terms of synergy.
Huh? Reason
is to work together.
Now, synergy the crap person. Reason is say, and Crawford feel say, you did Dr. Bawumia buy your money winning primaries, you know. What you say? It's a campaign now party day, baby. And that was it. And until now, National Executive was reluctant to do the work. So boys now, when we try Dr. Bawumia, they were rather dictating the pace for the party. Where was the party's own campaign team? Who are the NDC for you? John Mahama had his own campaign team. Asiedu Nketia had his own campaign team. Professor Jena no Pokuajwa no one a campaign team.
The youth wing.
Pablo one campaign team. One in the youth army no almost was a green army. Oko Legon Mo. Wednesday, Thursday now. Dodo general rally na se they were equally here. One more year shows at the artists familiar munina ko hoko perform here. Where was the youth wing of the New Patriotic Party? And sana woba NDC ni mo certain key personalities. Marietta Briumo.
Yeah.
Na frimpon. Woman so a man and so form a group. Woman so in nemu. And what they were doing was that so region winner John Mahama Eba. Okay? Asiedu Nketia national chairman Bedi Kamba. Okay? Asiedu Nketia free ho no mo na e man nso ayeden akọ. Before that, no Poku Ajumansu a different way. Then preceding few days aka Major Mahama Abawon. Then you see Malik Basintele and the youth force no Nunsu Krano. Then they go there. One more all the motorbike riding near Dina. One more free no more exit. Then John Mahama comes in. Then they go and do another level of operation at a different constituency. John Freehanoma or Baha. So they go do the work, prepare the grounds and all of that. Na youth need the tree. As for this one, Dr. Bawumia movie. They were all following the train. Last minute, now Marco spending a whole 15 days in Asante region. Operation Sika Seba near day as you be as ye ma oh baby do know. I mean, we are skeptical. I mean, you need the embassy, Etienne Chenso, near Chenso, my Chenso, I could get this result. So, I mean, you could clearly see the mistakes hovering everywhere.
Kessben.
Hovering bon.
Yeah, Kwame.
But I mean, you know, this particular one.
Nana Sakwaba. I'm on channel.
It was beyond.
And the money I'm going
Kwame.
Yes.
Yegusu kasa. Na yebe twaso akopem se yebe so in President Mahama.
Yeah.
Yinjai. Ti. Nanado dan Kufuado. Honestly speaking, I have already said it. Say, as a Kufuado as a president today, he has worked.
Yeah.
Ultimate GBB and Fenfre Kufuado, he has really worked. A Kufuado is not a leader. I'm telling you.
You keep repeating.
Yeah, yes, you keep repeating and I will keep repeating it until say, and the best way in John Mahama.
Why is he not the leader?
Oh, yeah,
I think it's a good leader.
No, he's not. Listen to me.
Yeah,
on your leader, he's not a good leader. Well, I'm putting
reason is saying.
Yes, I'm a church no baby. But my last name, Maakye be
one more true and I know you're different from where.
Okay, today and that dear Mama Kessben. Nanado down Kufuado.
Kessben.
The only thing that he helped Dr. Bawumia. I say, who read the NPP constitution now? The constitution says that the flag bearer, not the flag bearer, when they are in the government, the president is the leader of the party.
Yeah.
Apart from say, people were heckled to make sure, police station executive elections, to make sure say Dr. Bawumia will be the flag bearer. Our card and two man one cash, Emma Sadi no course they help Dr. Bawumia. Throughout the campaign, did not help Dr. Bawumia.
Why? He did. Why Juma Palmer? No, I disagree. I disagree with you. He did a lot of work. In fact, he set the pace.
No, I just want to understand.
He set the pace. He set the pace for Dr. Bawumia. He has set the pace for Dr. Bawumia.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
He set the
That's
pace
what I told you that. When it comes to projects, he has worked. But we should not forget, say, any project in Kwan and Confucius de Twaba. President Kufuor did the same in 2008.
No, Mahama did the same in 2016.
Commission project.
Yeah.
When the electionary campaign was at its peak, but yet they lost.
Yeah.
So we can brush that aside. I'm saying this because listen to me. NPP for any Nana Adan Kufuor. Omuma Dr. Bawumia for the first time NPP are presenting Muslim candidates. For the first time NPP are presenting North Nano. A co too much. So I think some of the research that they did, if you say, oh, Dr. Bawumia betime neutralizing the northern part of the country. Northern part of the country, they wouldn't win, but they will close the gap. Obenya kakrao voter region because Kotokori for the Sankofo now, some of them are from the voter region. Then swing regions, we make sure we win the two. Ashanti will vote massively because Napo is from Ashanti region, they will win the election. Sadly, too much.
Until Mama relax.
Every business will go in this country was against NPP government. Memory research and pension. Show. Co-election. Dr. Bawumia's manifesto. The manifesto. What the Hashem say, when I come, I will scrap betting tax. Me boy.
No.
What's me ba? He love me come. Kwame. We need money. The two political parties are bet me a winning election. Obiaso oba obetwem.
Kessben.
One is using propaganda. Say the e-levy. I'm using the word propaganda because we saw what happened. You say the value added tax when the NPP did even the Kumi Preko. One of the grounds are Omadi Kumi Preko demonstration. Now value added tax ka but buy you understand?
Kessben.
Communication service tax.
Kessben.
In 2008. The NDC Timun you say talk tax. But yet so I will use the word in asterisk and I say in quote say it's a propaganda against the e-levy. Fine. E-levy is fetching you money.
Kessben.
Fair enough. Adie bia obeye bia no wa ya wie dada. Tieni you 7 months before the election. Dr. Bawumia said ba scrap e-levy because I wasn't part of the people that took that.
In fact, no one into.
Yes. Even on Peace FM, he said that I was not part of it, and they set an ad hoc economic management committee led by Mr. Osafo to implement the e-levy. I then a Kufuor. One year calculation we say the two so about between. I then now won't come.
And I will train the
Tienio, what just my make a Tienio because also ba betting tax ne obetwam. Dr. Bawumia se me ba dialysis. I'll make sure that obia dialysis will be free. I dey send a manifesto. Die best of the campaign. Then Kufuor Nana Adan Kufuor as a president. I make sure say
introduce
dialysis.
National health insurance.
Yes. What to be a beye ye dia? I don't know when you the e-levy and the betting tax. Because Kwame, Dr. Bawumia is telling you that me buy ya make him. He's telling you the first budget obetwam. Oni ade ne travel kofa no akase me hwe no ma bi ansa na metwam. Wose me buy ya metwam. So from that month kakra na aka about 5 months no anaka no to that December no e dia.
Also me free. Yeah.
Nipa na say electronic buses me ba make sure say you be the electronic buses me ba. To make sure say fewer some need the whole world echo electronics. What the electronic buses there ba. Obi beka say okay, usu be try 11. You are part of the government. Oba ubetwem. Oba the electronic buses beba. What the electronic buses ni biaba. Mamil eluku promise and say oba ubetwa 11 mu apa. Beba. Oh, the electronic buses beba apa. What's a dialysis no ba obey the free health insurance. ampa unya maye no wa ya ampa
Kessben.
now so bana betwa 11 mu a ade na won kan che Akufo-Addo no twa 11 because
Kessben.
according to Dr. Baumia was say the dialysis ne ayini na no he went to Nana Dan Akufo-Addo. Remember that audio that video am catch say okay kasa ade no a the people will start asking questions say on the catch Akufo-Addo say was no or me fanka national health insurance and the Akufo-Addo Nana Dan Akufo-Addo understood it. So at then and now for pressure.
Kessben.
You get me? If you maintain these 2 taxes, obia so about betwema na eda hosa here 19 taxes ededifu edija memete ha guta president ya mebwa ana mebwa guta president not pani ba kotia and other import and export association for you boy video of President Mahama visited them and they were counting 19 taxes
19 to 23
taxes and some of the taxes they be a term that Adam but that's such in the pot and I'm told you say the team of the vice president was on the neck. Even the finance minister said please let's go and scrap these taxes. The businessmen told Nana Dan Akufo-Addo apart from say Akufo-Addo na nkasa no omuhia no Dr. Baumia no omuhia no the same businessmen na omo pe party no see they were doing the party good as well they wouldn't tell you they will vote you out. So it could be that the people that love the party 8 million kofa ankoto aba no omo ka hu bi because you don't on person beto aba dey tia
na vo omo bo omo amane so no mo san atage omo
yes. They went to Nana Dan Akufo-Addo.
Yet they will be tagging.
Yeah.
Say won't pay omo interest, won't pay omo asem.
They went to Akufo-Addo. Please Nana. This thing is collapsing our business. And confirm someone to aba. And no can one ama no ma boya din. Went ye. And ne ye betting tax ni 11 December. Mebwa. Do ababa no so betwa January. Oh just idea. Scrap this. Because at the end now be bia one year dada.
Kessben.
Musika menya nyina we.
When ye and I'm not sure say 11 year DC police headquarters. And ye 11 DC judges quarters e Kumasi. Procuracy interchange ni adi a commission ni na. Me sure pass anya 11 kwa because what the fancy no kra sa chama na ye ka ho asam no wa ye wie.
So the idea, they all connect me to see. I see here.
Kessben.
Those 2 taxes, betting tax.
You could have just
abolished that.
Simple like a business, Nana. Simple like a business. With the vice president, you see, vice president, no, Ubuadia to the standard, or a tough, with a very tough person. But you see, Ubuadia to the standard, no a person need a Akufo to finish well.
Kessben.
Oh, no person need to finish well. The reason why he chose Napo, he couldn't even tell Akufo-Addo. Because Akufo-Addo more preferred candidates. He had to tell 2-4 say to the second. The 2-4 in Komodiemu, only di Komo, only Nana do di Komo, then he a passing comment. The guy can answer.
Kessben.
And that's one to me, can't you know, he doesn't have the boss, but not a person on the end well.
All right, Nana, Mama, now I say 5 minutes after 11. I feel we're joining any Kessben Suni. We are back again. As we await the Electoral Commission, Nana said, or did the final declaration, no, Ebebano. We just giving you certain things, Ebetimi Abuao. Once you are home, once you are Oteka, Muawuti, and Obe home. Why have Ghanaians voted for John Dramani Mahama and NDC? We'll tell you more about it. Parties in the meeting obia the promises and in the manifesto but currently what is happening no is what I'm about to take you through. Now you go so yedi nkomo haya no me hu say this particular document me ba be chire mo dia ma ono a document asase a go viral. Okay. You see Ghanaians as massive as we want to dia ma NDC from Endro Anajo eba besi anopei, okay, yakin kind document we've read through, but I've seen say Ghana for na shase circulate. What it means and they say one more best at taking boxes one after the other.
Scrutinize them.
And scrutinize it. enti by your words ana yaji wanu munsema yede atumu ayede atu aba massively at the amount. Now we are going back to track enema wokan ye no, and then vis-a-vis as the day comes by no ye dey be compare near who say ye make progress and now ye make a retrogression. Now Richard Yanko will take you through. So this is Mahama's okay, so Mahama's first 120 days social contract with the people of Ghana, and that is the heading. Mahama's first 120 days, okay, social contract with the people of Ghana, resetting Ghana, okay, jobs, accountability, and prosperity. They're building the Ghana we want. And this is a policy document. Now, these are extracts. What the NDC's manifesto no emo indicating say you know, I mean within the first 120 days, okay. And John Dramani Mahama say obeyenie. First 120 days, then we are talking about hopefully the first quarter of the year, which is 4 months, right? Okay. Okay, so number one, nominate with the first within the first 14 days. Okay, nominate within the first 14 days the complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. Okay. Just like Nana Danko Ekufuado buy no ye nyan declare yo hu se wa win ne kra no no ani fi ho no the podium ne bibia de esi ho no start announce it was very interesting o announce ni ministers office obetum ni omo aye adwuma Nana did something beautiful wo fa alanchematin a no wa ready alanchematin profile nyina no de actually say adwuma no de hye nsa no or you competent enough to do it. Now within the first 120 days, John Mahama said within the first 2 weeks, yes, when in we did this year, now what we use pepe, as I said, Utimi Eji, the ministers and deputy ministers are when you obey a Jubilant within 14 days and to nominate within the first 14 days the complete list. And by that time, in fact, why president when the ministers were near Muye Juma, when the one obey you more free, and one more bit with you more become. And if one Makuma could do nice, no, now SSS our listeners, that's all young Jumano, why you need now Juma at the Aquaco Mambra Sibidano, say one more share now after the appointment committee, you know, what you say, and Tenase and to Sanko for Nano, now one more approve a Jew Mutuma, one more to me about the ministers. Did Kaya John Mahama so obey no. Number two, or say constitute the leanest and most efficient government. You underline the leanest. I'm coming. Under the Fourth Republic, in my first 90 days in office. Yes. Good. And see, Oka said the leanest government, government, you know, I feel here for me. Yeah, for me, government, I obey ministers. Okay? We you ministers, we are obey deputy ministers. We you deputy ministers, we are obey appointed MMDC. Yes. Okay? MMDC is, you know, it is not so okay linear now. I don't understand. MMDC is. Any idea about me? We have over 260. I don't know. Yes, 260 districts and municipalities plus metropolis across the country. And I don't know 260. No, a constant. Won't mean you being free, and I won't mean for being a day. Yeah. Now to was here. And see, I don't know what. Then aside say where ye wo ministers, with deputy ministers, with MCEs, with DCEs, you know, okay, you still have the responsibility of appointing chief executives. And then heads of institutions are holding in bind there. And sir and Crofoni no appointment, you know, you say over 7,000 appointments. And now, in this case, the word linears, you know, what does it mean? Are we going to see an amalgamation? Say, I mean, agencies, Libby or what? As you say, shall buy ministries, Nasia Yebekika, Komodi Abomuana. Because clearly, offer agency meeting say NEIP. Over the NEP, right? Maybe for soon cancer one. Any the National Youth Employment Agency, mean what the Fufrubia Omunai. Everybody just say, if we are saying, yes, National Youth Employment Agency, woman in training crop for your models you did training crop for what you say youth in afforestation, youth in police, youth in why what you say you really ya kwati NEIP say womono emra the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program and only ye here womo modus operandi adwuma asesa agency ni ye no ene the Youth Employment Agency no no difference be no plus the National Youth Authority and so ho enti se munyina mo champion youth focus programs ebetimi abeye a stopgap measure okay there then what is really the problem here and ya church ade ni mu kitten sa ewi ase ekura NEIP na training kaya yofoi me I feel strongly says adwuma ni omo adwuma Youth Employment Agency for adwuma what you say so such an agency probably as I see ade ni nyina aye den ebom ba akopɛ funding ye bepe dia mo ani apɛ funding ne dia aye den e dia mo no motimi aye omo adwuma so the word leanness and most efficient I feel that is the angle it has to go.
And so we'll be looking at
we'll be watching it. We'll be looking at it. Agencies need to be who in here as I see a kikabum. Okay. Ministry of Railways, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Aviation crowd, they say you see Asante Abeka transport. We need to bring the railways back to transport because railways resort akwakusi say. Why should we allow that ministry to stay there? What you say? I have heard the conversation so ewo baby say the Ministry of Communication and the Ministry of Information. What really is the difference? That's important. What you say? And why don't we have information or communications ministry bringing everything together? What you say? So say a time John Mahama time Ovozuko actually your friend say Omanebo Amamunyina were the communications ministry and then you had government spokespersons near the then this government came and then they separated. Now a year fisheries ministry as a whole ministry on its own agencies
aside and Greek.
What you say? Aside. So you have that a Greek day. So you need to bring that one back. You merge them. So merger no ebeba. Then we look at how agencies need to be how efficient the work will be. Now, third point was establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials. I mean, this is a policy document. And that one should be simple. Now, number 4, also hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. And I think this thing will be most efficient. And this is where for me my interest is. What I say now, when him say NDC has done this point before. What why you be that? Century consensus. One for political parties say, hey, baby, our economy na do ya remanaka do be. Muma ye nyina ya metina se na ye discuss it. Ye ko ye nim no your budget say necessary economy. So this particular number 4 point, very important to look out for. And John Mahama said within 120 days, as I said, organizes our national economic dialogue. Now, after you bring everybody on board, now a car ya postponing debt restructuring program, bilateral creditors are one more yesika. Woman into negotiations near the dialogue of it will happen here, and that is point 4. Richard Young Trasso. And when don't forget, it is within the first 120 days. Richard Mami, the next point. Then you come to point 5. Was it within my first 90 days in office? Scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardships and ease the high cost of living, the high cost of doing business. 1 to say the African policy within first 90 days. Bosumi miensa pepe pemu wo di misi akonwa so na me ba acha ya bosumi miensa yi levi no meyi e de free ho. Okay, yi levi no meyi de free ho. Dr. Baumia so ka so ono so ba obeyi yi levi free ho. Eno na African policy ga ebisa say die ntia Dr. Baumia promise so be he levy free ho na aka few months me akoto abana na ado entbi enye free ho free that time no be sit time ayi ube free akonwa so he levy no ahe na de beba enti nsusuemu no na je say sa policy we amoma ne tina hoyi edi Dr. Bawomi aboro no that is what it means enti e-levy will go COVID-19 levy ebeko okay
gone long time
ago COVID no mo say atwam
long time ago
I mean if you see na declare say COVID bia ne ba bia biem yegusu tua COVID levy uto nsuo kura no ma utua COVID levy ukoton lunch kura bia utua COVID levy yet wo mu say COVID ne buy wo mo che ne ma free adin so mo gisika ya gusu age nsuo kakra mo de che ye free COVID levy no ebeko then 10% on betting winnings and emission levy ni nyina abeko what you say and it is very easy I mean you would have to law now establishes anima we nyina no we be clear ni nyina e de free enye ade a e dey say ubetimi aye now within my first 90 days in office review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. So that one can be done.
It's feasible.
It's feasible. It's achievable. And we are looking at John Mahama promises, within the first 120 days. Now, point 7, commence drafting needed legal amendment and prepare for implementing the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the president. And I think this is another important point.
Yeah.
And you see, so Utsie John Mahama promises now, feasible. Now, people were asking, say, also be a 24-hour economy. The NPP were saying, say, 24-hour economy, no kwa muankasa modem policy by Montiasi. Montiasi because Muntimin Chremuye, Magana for Montiasi. Okay? Then the last interview at John Mahama and the BBC, the presenter asked him the same question. And he was like, but you once upon a time interviewed Nana Danko Ekufuado. We interview no catch us obey free SHS. As at that time, Krano Acoste, or to make sure the free SHS ebe Costiana, a queer number was he able to tell you. But John Mahama said, oh no, within the first 120 days, okay, drafting a choir policy the befaso I be implementing. So the real document, the blueprint I be peswa, ye be implementing the 24-hour economy no within the first 120 days, we be prepare that document in the blueprint ni na ye the abana Ghana for ya shasi the whole enkopo, and that is it. And I mean clearly, say utimi yes na then it means that we are achievable and idea din bia and the document in the bachelor modalities e wo ho companies wo ba be ka ho be sign on and faso a wo benya aban ne de ode be ma meters no ba bi e be free aba ni nyina no will be part of this document. And the thinking on how I won't be implementing 24-hour economy will be here, and that is point 7. Richard, you caught the other one. Now, all these promises should be achieved within the first 120 days. Now, the point 8 says establish an accelerated export development council to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Okay, so I don't know. This one is not difficult. We'll put it together. People are free, so we are expert when it comes to trade, both import and export. Now, I feel more making sure say council ninya for me we are okay, whether by legislative instrument or whatever. Yeah, them run it actually we are. I mean, you by promote then
export and
you promote export. I mean, very feasible and achievable. Okay, then point 9, convene a national consultative conference on education. Another important point. Convene a national consultative conference on education to build consensus on needed improvement to the sector. So this is where free SHS comes in.
Exactly.
And David Oforia Champion, Edin Komo through the interview. He said, "Okay, John Mahama ka say oba before obe touch free SHS, obey review biano, obey the friend national dialogue. This is it. And only a point 8. And John Mahama so obey national conference. Parents, schools, no parent associations, ni na beba. PTA chairpersons, mu nyina mo be invited. Biaba be chair na adwen, Ghana ni biaba be chair na adwen. Then eba no teacher unions, obia contribution, conference we ni ebeje, sa na eba ni nyina. Then ye wia yagege adwen training nyina no. Then we now decide on how I be proceed here. free SHS and it's a review be beba a bit me aba. And I think this is not idea say what mo bet me within the first 120 days. The promises are, I mean, very measured, reasonable, so you can see say achievable. Say wanya no ebia or person 1 year. And that is it. Over point 10 was say implement no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions, universities, colleges of education, and then nursing training institutions, etc.
Hanona issues in the bewa because
issues in the bewa have because
exactly you will fall on
exactly. So the question is that the next academic year, and necessary we no rolling out. Now next academic year never started that being started September. Going okay, so August September 2025 and the next academic year never started. Now we are in the 2024-2025 academic year, the first term or semester of that academic year from February or January. Schools never be in January or February. Equa the Kosi May, okay, will be the second semester. Then you have June, July, August for the long vacation. Tertiary students never feel be 3 months, you know. If you hold the internship near there. So hopefully, all person will implement this policy. As I said, starting with the 2025-2026 academic year. So I see preparation towards that main academic year. No, as I said,
yes.
What you say?
I know him say sikasemo.
Sikasem. So I'm saying that you have from January, your best one we're in January 7th, 2025, between January and September. Okay, you are promising so within the first 120 days, which is 4 months. So February, March, April, May, June, or better still, ending of April, you should be able to set out your modalities ahead of academic year and here in September, no, so that then you now begin to look for the source of funding. What the best idea? That's the thing. That's it. And you know, I mean, the NDC has a critical work to do when it comes to point 10. Now, Richard, let's go to the other ones. Now, I feel you are joining here. This is Kessben 92.9, 93.3, Kessben TV, Asida TV. We are live across all platforms. Now, we are taking a critical look at the first 120 days in office for John Mahama and then the NDC. Now, point 11 says, introduce the following social interventions. Free tertiary education for persons with disabilities. Okay, the Ghana Medical Care Trust, Mahama Cares Fund, the Mahama Care member now after certain chronic diseases National Health Insurance and capture or the friend of Mahama Care ebeba or launching that program. Now one more pay for to be there to honor we yare now was our situation ni more. Ubetimi enya ohwa den atete na the omoye ne nansenya account dialysis for no it was part of the promise our under the Mahama Cares program. Then also free tertiary education for persons living with disability. And only achievable na. And Crawford, I mean, one more nibi, one more bro. I mean, one more did them near Diano. John Mahama say qualify now be tertiary area. Free at the mouth. Source of funding no sikano e be free anaba. But yet they are implementing such a policy. Will it be from the GET Fund or the Student Loan Trust, or where exactly are we picking the money to say they implement free tertiary education for persons living with disability? The
thing is it is what you come and find in the coffers.
And I bet you
because that's 120 days. You've not really started to roll things yet. So what will happen is that you rely on what is in the coffers, unless there is any source of funding, I fee any other places. Because when you come in 120, they're very early in the, I don't know, very early stages. So I'm wondering, let's see how they go about this.
Okay, and then point 12, you come to a year, I say, commence the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in primary and secondary schools. I think this is achievable, right? Okay, that is that. Then point 13, institute inquiries and a forensic audit into the following matters of public interest. And Hana for Krum member. And I had the be chasing Crawford Omolan Cruises.
Interesting.
Interesting times ahead.
I tell you.
One, the collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. I don't know one. Now you remember say John Mahama promises say Oba share banks are a good yenimu. Why yamfa kwan papas we bank, wo savings and loans, or microfinance, yamfa kwan papas the good no. Say NDC for the license man back, on beside their man back. Because to them, we believe we say Ghana Numa SSC good no. Because even at the time I hear good banks, government told us, Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta said we needed 9 billion Ghana cedis to resuscitate the banks. Now we money adwuma yi. And I see there be for 9 billion in San Koshemu bi because the Koshemu kra no krofo di. Directors in the Bobo free mo a wo muntua. For that reason, you best spend 25 billion Ghana cedis. E be agumo. And John Mahama says it was too outrageous. So over 16 billion additional costs now they better or minus just to kill or collapse a business. Wabra says our business so hard and can be found be na ejuma.
Yeah.
So he doesn't see the sense in that. For that reason, no, the promise is say obey forensic audits. Now we initiate inquiries and we move mapa. And because so kwanya wo mo fa so the 25 billion Ghana cedis. Egu banks, wow, you would have to account for it.
Yeah.
I mean, Emrano will have to deal with you. And that is that promise. Now, illegal printing of money, the $58 million National Cathedral scandal. I said, no, $58 million. You're spending investigations, Now, illegal and inflated single source contract. Contractor yanye open tendering. Okay, now yenya yetenasi ya assessment ya see ade amani pa ba company we sa hwehwemo no ebeba COVID-19 expenditure. COVID ba ye no nim say the Auditor General audit of the COVID-19 expenses. Sa document no ewo ho. Okay? So he is saying say COVID-19 expenditure scandals ahodo e buy even the Auditor General no e capture nyina the government will begin to investigate it. Wow hu won bia no asemwato PDS Ejapa deal SML ambulance spare parts deal 13th African Games SkyTrain saga over $2 billion and you try for SkyTrain as you ntimi anye Palugu Dam, okay, mat sets, galamsey fraud, missing excavators and tricycles, okay, Sputnik V, COVID-19, na John Mahama neka I never make way point 13 no bust scandal Alfred Obi was losing the seat to Obi any and so be quiet bust scandal na ye dey one you wake up fra way no the NDC is promising to investigate it. Wow, I mean you are related found of wrongdoing and there's a prosecution because and others. And this is the 13th promise. Now achievable.
It is.
Okay.
It is achievable. Achievable. Yeah, some of them will require funding, like 120. That's what I'm saying. It will depend on what you find in the coffers for you to put some of them.
Then, point 14, institute a government policy banning political appointees from purchasing state assets. I don't know. He was very clear. Say and was indeed there will be a government policy. Deliberate government policy or not buying more. When you are going to be as a koto dying koto asasi bia wo baby on pay feeling can we be with the fact to say a buy moon paying force is sim croford your monsas any idea to say the year in the past few years I won't cry hano and near point 14 now point 15 allocate seed money for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank.
They mention it a lot.
Okay, and that is it. This is the promise. I want the man has to ababi baby almost Women's Bank neighbor and my dready bodra and one more better banker okoji loan wo hono ma interest no wo form pa wo de koye dwuma ni nyina na wo tue twa ne kakrakra o se emra ebeboa ma Women's Bank no wɔn wetimi ate no wɔn wɔhyase ayɛ ho nhyehyɛ no na afei sika ebetimi aboa ma bank no etimi aba no wɔn wetimi ayɛ ne nyinaa ɛne yɛ point 15 now point 16 launch the following priority job creation programs in the first budget. And what it means is that in the first budget, we should expect that there will be funding allocation for a Jumarura program, okay, National Apprenticeship Program, and a 1 million coders program. Okay, John Mahama will be training youth, 1 million of them on how to code IT systems near there. And we should appear in the first budget, and that is point 16. The next one, 31 minutes after 11. Now, point 17. I say commence the review of Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage cars. Okay, so buying no cars, cars are 10 years. Untime and crab money idea was so be making sure the Parliament amended the Customs Act. A ban is mano. Now I fear to me allow now as a vehicles to rescue the local automobile because dealers a ton cars no so won't mean fast cars the brand new cars e ba Ghana for need to mean
so magazine
for no company there wo mu nyina adwuma akofom because the cars ne ma spare parts dealers ne so entimi nya den and crash spare parts no enfam ma so that is part of it and no point 17 18 or see lay before Parliament a new bill to streamline government scholarship administration, okay? Prohibit political appointees from assessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in awarding government scholarships. Obekai, the NPP government, yes, saying Crawford scholarships near dear Bibre,
scholarship scheme, issues behind Bibre.
John Mahama said he will streamline things with a scholarship. 19, ban illegal and new mining activities in forest reserves. I had an interest in Opa because I'll be more than a bulldozer with this particular promise. Yeah, but yes, yeah, will be a by now, we will come at you. John Mahama is promising that he will end the galamsey, especially in the forest reserves. Okay, forest now, galamsey woman. John Mahama promised point 19 say obetu sani manase, and then he will not even allow new mining activities in the forest reserves. And you need to be on the lookout. Now, the promise him after so they will say roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water Initiative to heal and to sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. I mean, this promise is fantastic. But we are watching because we need to know how our implementation now. Point 20, launch the Black Star Experience. And then a creative art for launch the Black Star Experience initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, art and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred tourism destination. And they say you were dirty December beyond the return and the account the year of return by the year beyond the return. They say John Mahama said, I mean, Black Star Experience, remember, you been fashion week, you been movie and they are seeking to implement that. Now, 21, commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements. Allah.
That's a crucial thing. Anyway, it's very important. I know, sir. 21.
21 is critical.
It's critical.
Yeah. You see, anybody who a document, no one can tell you. John Mahama said, police service, immigration service, the military, okay, customs, any security agencies. He believes that NPP for the one party boys, as you say, more. Amma one the security agencies needing someone, but the question is that NDC also mobile microphone.
So we'll be scrutinizing it.
Okay. And John Mahama said, what will be scrutinizing the already existing forces? Why would the Equamboni be sube ma when you're qualified? No, you be you. And the no dear side actually. And no, but Monso more Fabia will come to that. The last 2 points. 25. Initiate immediate steps to compensate the flood victims. Now, the okay in the Volta region, no, flood in Akosombo Dam now is spilling over now. A cosen for nearby no. NDC can say a binding to your compensation be a massa uncle for the Sika. As I say, ye de ma womo e niam say ye womo fie ese ye ne ade ni nyina no o say obe taking steps na sika sesa ban editua womo no womo atimi atua including those in the Oti, Bono East and Savannah regions. Ekuafo a womo no buy ese ye womo mfuo mu ese ye because of sa issue no yes pele over no. Now they have promised a compensation be ohobia no womo betimi atua. 26 carry out a shake-up of all loss-making state-owned enterprises and realign them to break even and transition into profit-making. Very important. Very important. Agencies, no, ebi wo ho no mo a esese ye keka de den edibom na afei yehu de wa ye be realign no. So these are topmost 26 promises of John Dramani Mahama.
The first 120 days.
The first 120 days. And Yemani Bia, one pese, one more year, Juma, no, and no. Now, I'm going to get I'm Tio and I am caught by now, I bread.
Right, Cassa. Now,
yes.
Adia wa to boasia wa kan wasemi. Eya koye me say President Mahama holds the destiny of National Democratic Congress. Yeah. Sisi ameno kase. Adie ya waken kind sisi the next 50 years NDC life omu fate ejina Mahama so. If Mahama failed to say also oma NDC sa koye one term power. Get one term power, they will never forgive him. It will only very careful, especially these promises. When you manifesto, this is captured in the manifesto, but a normal also a bar within 120 days obey from the manifesto no, and what can some the chain. You see, over the years, my starting free the social intervention side. Over the years, we know say the two political parties here be leading here. OFA and PPR, they are giving you NIP and Poverty Alleviation, Disability Act, Metro Mass Transit, free maternal care, National Health Insurance, school feeding programs. You understand? On and on and on. So many social intervention programs. Then NPPDA campaign say National Democratic Congress they don't have
any social intervention
program. Before 2008 election. And the NDC came to spend 8 years. We did not see any social intervention program like Jamabo Bosono, President Mills and President Mahama. Then NPP came back and gave you the all-time best social intervention program in the history of Africa, which is the free senior high school. And they are trolling them still say, Mutimi introduce a single social intervention program. Now when you watch the what also about 120 days now, and the manifesto now, within the clear, you see that it is being staffed with social intervention programs. It is a officially be implemented. Even 90 of them, they will use one. Say when to me, it will create a problem for the party. The 2028 election campaign has started today. It will start immediately. Mahama swears in because Kwame, and no matter what me ana me say some of them he said it to woo votes because of your politics. You find the political science, you find the political opportunism. Well, who said call for Kasadi we say pa article 75 as Gracia and no disca and MPCA or bas me scrap as Gracia political opportunism. Corruption corruption. Me ba me set committee. Ye be hwe sa do sim. Oh, toll booth, road toll. Ye yidi afu ankora ne bi nipa ne bi akwatena fie omu sudi omo ye disabled for no akwata me ba me sa dia ba. That's a political opportunism. It is not bad. It is part of politics. Eka politics. It will be obeka so be sa dia. It is good. But Kwame, this country 2008 election, throughout the electionary campaign, there are some issues that NDC at the year campaign say South Kofono are corrupted this country. No, they will jail them, just like President Kofo jailed Victor Solomon, Agbodape, Kwame Appiah, and others. They replicate it. Now, Mr. Samuel Boatin and Zulika Lowry, the wife, on issue of a procurement, so Oma defrauded this country. Oma the court for 3 good years, they were exonerated. Ghana at 50 was a campaign to even Rollins said it, including Professor Mills. So Oba, they make sure that Ombe investigating Ghana at 50. Obi what this guy Ghana at 50 will be an. They make sure that people, some coffee will be jailed. Mr. Kodjon Pianim, any Rekubrebe Tazan were taken to, they set up a commission to investigate them. All of them were exonerated. You understand? Akoso say Rice Master issue by a former Josu NP doubled as a deputy foreign affairs minister, a substantive minister. Rice Master issue, they were not able to do it. So NPP also capitalized on it. Say a catcher say you're corrupt. They were not able to jail any of our people like President Kofo did to Agbodape, Kwame Appiah, all these things. This is a analysis here. Is generic. This is not technical. I'm doing generic analysis. Say the bear who breaking down Kofo better say. So everything that President Mahama has said, you be investigation way, you be making sure say, failure one, Kwame, it will be a problem. I'm telling you.
And just before we go, there's a breaking news. Okay. I think, sir, generally, and Radabu Yinana Mo Kasasi don't get your press conference or was not really necessary. But quickly, as we speak, we are told some of the NDC party supporters are attacking the national Nadmo head office. Everyone cry ha. Ama ye kase no police for akwa kogu bebre. I
don't cause it's anomano.
I want more Sunday man. No paying so egosua.
I told you that press conference.
I don't know why that should be happening. But I mean, regardless, what we need about what is the cause of you destroying state property?
And you know the idea. You know the idea of that press conference. And I don't know that and a BB by me say they need it's at that time no more winning majority, but no more that number now more penalty to get the 2/3 of the me say they wanted people to throw to the to manipulate Miss Adam to manipulate results in the parliamentary because who say LPP for now discouraged to the stand that you wouldn't go to a coalition center to see LPP die-hard supporters fighting for their members of parliament.
Oh, but I don't know, Crowdy.
You understand?
I don't know would have been after total because some press conference or no, cause people to move
go there.
And you don't know
about Kwame. So Upisabe Shabu Kinano. You understand? We Shabu Kinano. Satam now, some of the people how many seats in so many? How many seats in you so many?
But that time no far figure be a crime.
There was an agenda. Me say there's something behind.
Like you said, it wasn't
so bad.
It wasn't necessary.
So come and run, Mama Nanantuasu.
And I mean, so
that is that. We are looking forward to see President Mahama.
Like when you were on the screen, I was telling you, about the intervention. Some of them are, in fact, they are feasible, but they will need funding. 120 days in Oba, those implementation of some of them, you need money to back them. So I wouldn't say much about them. All that I would say is that God should give us life to live and see exactly how the first 120 will be. And I believe and I hope the NDC will not disappoint. That's what I'll say.
We have social media na make I had the view na obi a posti
ma leader is o ma dey na you
I mean here na we dey obo post say there is something peculiar about their heads and the NPP's problem in 5 pictures. And I don't go for the decay. Ya was a football for Tosumi. Asante be dear to you, Ekaho. And I feel Almighty Gabi.
You find a God.
God, okay.
Only say find a God. The God in here, Gabi Ochre Daku.
Okay.
Okay. God.
Okay.
To one friend of God. And
your friend is Almighty Ken. And so that and she Nippon person just said there is something peculiar about their heads, but I don't know. Young Canicus, yes, no, or the actual Hanoko.
So Kwame, it is I see one thing and this for so we are very careful, Kwame. The reason why over the years they be struggling to get numbers to win the election because when we say post-Rawlings, you know, we have done 7 elections. I think in this year we need 2 of them. 7 elections. You understand? They have won
2012.
Yes.
And then
just one.
We need 2008.
I'm saying that
post-Rawlings.
Post-Rawlings.
Kessben.
Post-PNDC and first NDC with Rawlings.
Yeah. Yes. Remember? I'm saying that post-Rawlings ends as that 2000.
Yes.
So I'm saying that 2000, 2004, 2008, and people won the first one. You get me? And
but generally that did not give them the presidential seat.
No. I'm not saying that because that's how anything could have happened. So I'm saying that a Norman kitty be and Kofofi say President Mills came to change that narrative. Or used to Madam Hannah Tetemone, Mr. Spielgab Bramo, and Kofofi to become the face of this the party to erase the perception say NDC is a violent political party. I think say Yaya Trahoma Sadi and Asaba. When you're very careful because people are watching. Nipe tifi ankoto abanina and you before no mubu afu NPP fo and o man kwa ankoto abakwame se okoye bibi ko se obi business okoye attention ko ba ne se obi business ko bono bibi trigger of this country akwame your party is doomed. I'm telling you they should because you have won the election then now koko bie municipal assembly. I was watching the video right now.
Taking over everything. I'm watching the video as well.
That's a 2008.
And they shouldn't forget there's still a government in power.
President Mahama appointed Domilevo. What this time
people can still be arrested.
Yes.
And prosecuted.
No, but I feel that as you didn't get your car and brass. I mean, there's a government in place.
Yes,
they
will
say it. They will say it, but Ebia police could be do baby nenya. Politics
and this nearby.
Kwame.
Yeah, because and this nearby.
I have never seen Obia with do politics at Chiachenwa. You didn't call court. I say politics to acquire debut of politics. So or quite CZ toilet or quite a toilet facility. So way. All battle court case for 2 years. Even the 6 months will be there.
All right, share my phones here. We are so much grateful for staying through with us. Yes, sorry, so now KO Dinitima Akanina no Abba Betua. So many Kwame Appiah Kubi Menia and India and a final from Ponziga and Opewe Moche Yanka. Thank you so much for your time. I don't do any option. Your best answer anymore at the Asia. Good morning. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Up everything, the reason, be anyone is a